at least 6 o'clock, 5:59. You have to change this. It's 5:59.
Good evening, everyone. It's 6 p.m. This is the second budget hearing for the city of North Miami for the year 2022-2023. Let's call the meeting to order. First,
Vice Mayor Desilme, Councilwoman Timothy, Mayor Bieneme,
here.
Councilman Galvin,
Here.
Councilwoman Estime Irvin.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum to proceed.
Thank you very much. Before moving forward, now a copy of the agenda, please. In the meantime, please rise for the pledge of allegiance. With Major Angelo Branson from the North Miami Police Department, followed by Pastor Amos Jean from Philadelphia Baptist Church for the invocation.
Everyone please stand, place the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Pastor Amos is on. Benson, can you do the invocation for us, please? Pastor Amos is here? Oh, sorry.
Let us pray. Father God, known by many names and beyond all names, Spirit of life, Spirit of love, and Spirit of community, Spirit of justice. Thank you for that you have brought each of us safely to this place. We ask your blessings on the people who have been called to lead the community in which we live and work and play. We also pray to you tonight, God, for this your servant, our mayor, for the various levels of city officials, and in particular for these city council members. We give thanks for the way of service they have chosen to take up on behalf of all of us here. Give them wisdom to govern and the conflicting interests and issues of our times. I am asking that you would graciously grant them. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Pastor.
Thank you very much, Pastor Amos Jean from Philadelphia Baptist Church and Major Angelo Branson for the Pledge of Allegiance. And now, let's move directly to the budget, the consent agenda.
Unless a member of the City Council wishes to remove a specific item from this portion of the agenda, tab A constitutes the consent agenda. This resolution and item is self-explanatory and is not expected to require additional review or discussion. This item will be recorded as individually numbered resolution, adopted unanimously by the following motion that the consent agenda comprised of tab A be adopted.
Thank you very much. Can I hear a motion on the consent?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilwoman Estime Irvin to approve the consent agenda. The motion was seconded by Councilman Galvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries with a 3-0 vote.
Tab B.
Tab B. A proposed resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, adopting a revised classification and pay plan for classified and unclassified employees of the city for the 2022-2023 fiscal year, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab B.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Joe Roglieri, Personnel Director. You have before you a classification and pay plan that includes unclassified and classified employees. In accordance with the Civil Service Ordinance, the Personnel Board has already approved the pay plan. A broad overview of the changes to the pay plan includes a 3% COLA and the elimination of the step system, which will allow 3% merit increases. It also includes specific changes to language that mirrors what you approved already for the blue-collar and white-collar units. That includes pay for hazardous conditions employment, pay for shift differential, things that many employees that are non-repped working alongside represented employees should also be receiving too. So that's kind of a high-level overview. If you'd like me to go through identifying every specific individual change, I'll be glad to do that.
Thank you very much, and I don't know if any
How-
member on the dais.
How many changes do we have?
So there's really only a handful, and I'll be glad to go through them.
Just give me an overview.
So if you look,
You can
they're
just give me a-
highlighted on the first page, there's 2. The executive assistant went from 28 to 30. The governmental affairs manager went to 30 to 34. The next page, senior executive assistant to the city manager went from 30 to 30.
That's fine. I think we already went over those.
It's
That's fine.
highlighted in blue.
Just
There's
wanted-
really only a handful.
Can you
Thank
give
you.
me, can you continue, to give, how many left you have?
How
You give me
many?
3 already.
So
He wants
those
you to
3 were
continue.
was unclassified.
How many left?
In the classified, there's a handful that I can also go through as with you. Some of them are very important. You might want to hear about them. If you flip through a couple pages, we created a communications officer 2 to have a second level from communications officer 1. We created a community engagement parks and rec administrator primarily to make room for an employee we thought might be good in that job, but she's no longer here. Importantly, below that, you can see a digital media specialist, something that was requested by IT to bring us more in line with the times. And that's going to be all of them.
Okay, just because you have only 3 council members, let's allow the other 2 council members, are you here to look in?
Mayor, as of 6:08, Vice Mayor Desamay is present.
Okay. Thank you very much. We will review tab B at the end. Let's move to the tab C. When we have a full council, we'll come back. Oh, if everybody's okay, you can move on.
No, this is feel different than last night.
Yeah, like last.
Oh, okay. Thank you. We will come
Okay.
back with tab B, and we open it to the public when we have a full council, and I know there's question about that. Tab C, let's move to tab C, Madam Clerk. So,
Tab C, a proposed resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, adopting a final millage rate of 7.5 mils for fiscal year 2022-2023, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab C.
tab C is open to the public. Tab C is now.
Move for approval.
Second.
That's the millage rate?
Yeah. You wanna put it down?
No, yeah, we wish.
7.25.
Oh, that's what we did? Are we putting it down?
We can.
Oh, Jesus.
You wanna put it down?
We Can we put it down? No.
Of
right?
course, if you want to, you can put it down.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was asking the mayor, if we put it down by the manager, how does that affect our budget?
That you just won't be able to increase all those personnel that he increased the salary and the budget. They're from the city manager's department, all those employees.
Oh,
Well, we would have to redo the budget at this point.
Not we do it, we calculate the budget, not we do it.
how much would that be, madam?
Eight.
2.5, how much money is that?
About $700,000.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Call the question.
What was the most? Oh,
The motion is
I
to,
vote
to
to accept the military.
the military, that's 7.3.
Motion and second.
That's my motion,
Oh, you motioning 7.3?
yeah.
Would that be?
Well, we'd
Mr.
have to
Attorney,
first,
how-
we'd
how
have
would
to
that
vote
work?
first on the
It-
first motion
It
unless it was.
cannot be higher, it can be lower.
right.
That's what it is.
Be-
That's the motion.
Mayor, we have a motion on the floor
What is the motion?
to approve the item at tab C.
Tab C, okay,
And it had a second.
who seconded? There's no second yet.
Yes, there was.
Who second?
We're talking about 7.5. See, let's go
Right.
off the rail. All right, I'll second for discussion 7.5 mils.
Okay. And now I come up with a friendly amendment, 7.3.
I'll second the amendment for 7.3 for discussion.
It has to be first accepted by the maker of the original motion.
It's not accepted.
He withdraw his motion, that means there's no
He
second.
has not
Well, he would have to
withdrawn his
state on the
motion.
record that he withdrew his
And
second.
you withdraw.
Yes, sir. I'll withdraw my second for the original 7.5 under tab C.
Okay. Now.
And now the motion fails for lack of
With-
second.
The second, no. The motion, I have a friendly amendment to the
Well, you're
motion.
now making a new motion.
Now,
Oh, the new motion is at 7.3.
Discussion before.
Is there a second?
I thought there was a motion for discussion.
Yeah.
I would say, can we
But then you
discuss
made
it
a new
before you make
Yeah.
the motion? Before we see if there's a consensus and to know what the numbers are? I know I just got here, sorry.
No, that's the motion.
Yeah. But can we have a discussion on what that amount is if we were to reduce it to, yeah.
Oh,
So the
So
mayor
she's
made a
trying to
motion
calculate
and
that
you
right
can
now.
second it for discussion.
Second 7.3 for discussion.
That's what I heard.
That was the first.
Discussion.
And I think each millage point is worth approximately $250,000.
Each one is about
I
2?
believe. I'd be wrong if you remind me.
Mayor, I'm not sure if I stated it on the record, but as of 6:09, Councilwoman Timothy is present.
Thank you.
where's the link?
The what?
Are we?
Put link in.
Do we have discussions now?
I think they're trying to figure out
They're
what that
they're gonna tell you what's the number is.
Because then we gotta adjust the budget somehow.
Most of. Hey. But with more, friendly amendment, remember, Scott, I think a couple years, maybe twice, we've done it where it's actually done here. So it's probably gonna be pizza night or something. Hey, is that Nikki over there? Terry, that's what I'm trying to see. Need to put on my glasses. How you doing, Terry? You here? Huh?
Mr. Attorney, I have a question. Since this was not, the 7.3 was not publicized, would we have to have a second hearing?
I'll have to check on that. I mean, the state statutes are pretty specific on how we're supposed to do these budgets.
Okay, just wanted to
so
know
I need to check.
Okay, thank you.
Check on what, Mr. Attorney?
It wouldn't be the first time we
Exactly,
reduced
yeah,
the
we've done it
millage rate while
before.
up here.
We
So
do
we-
that every day.
So right
Yeah, I know
now,
he's checking.
we're calculating that number, but that also changes what you voted on for the CRA. because
That's,
that brings that number down as well.
that's,
It's about 875,000, but we'd also need to calculate what would then be reduced to the CRA as well.
So if we approve 7.3, that means we have to eliminate somewhere in this budget $875,000 tonight.
Yes, and we would also need to go back, I'm gonna have to talk to the CRA because that changes what, the pro rata share is as well.
yeah.
Do you need time to do that now, or?
We would probably need to take a break, and then I would have to also talk to the CRA if
So-
you wanna do that.
So,
Is the CRA here? Oh, he is.
yeah,
Okay.
he is. Can we,
But is there consensus amongst the board to move forward with this,
to lower the,
the millage
I-
rate? I would
I've
maybe
always
look,
lowered.
No,
maybe,
let's wait for the number.
Yeah.
After that, we just vote.
well, we know it's 875,000. It's either we agree that we're gonna ask them to cut 875,000 now,
Oh.
or we say no, and they move on with the budget, but we have
But
to make sure.
there
that there's
might
a
be
cons-
more cuts, so I don't know where, yeah.
Let's decide on the 7.5 now,
Okay.
Okay, makes sense,
before we go
Okay.
tell them, find
Okay.
something.
makes sense. So are we waiting for them or for us?
The motion.
Well, I know we seconded for
Oh.
discussion, so we said, if you,
So-
You asked for the discussion. That's
Yeah.
what
Yes, for the
right.
discussion.
I
Okay.
seconded 7.3.
Yes.
If,
You said discussion. What is the discussion?
so how much is, well, I know it's 875,000, and that 875,000 you would have to cut across all departments, correct?
they'd, ha-
Not all
Right.
departments.
Yeah, well,
No,
they would have to
yeah,
find
we
out
could
where
do
they're
Get
gonna
it from
find.
one
Right.
department.
And right now, we don't have reserves. We still have our deficit elimination plan that we're trying to implement, and we would like, well, I guess it's council. What is the average millage rate right now in Miami-Dade County?
Oh, no.
Oh, you
Well-
don't go there.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying the average amongst all cities.
6.9, yeah, it's,
Yeah.
you can't compare.
But those are for cities who are operating a debt service,
That's
i.e.
not-
they may
you
have
asked for
about.
the average of other cities.
Well, we don't have the average, but we can say that we're about, at 7.5, we're probably,
And when was the last time that we reduced
Credit?
the millage rate?
About 4 years
It's-
ago,
yeah, it's been
4 or 5.
Yeah.
Four. You were 7.9 when I came, and we reduced it at 7.5.
in 2016, we brought it down from 7.9.
To 7.5, yes.
And next year, when we know we have no more ARPA funding, because how much of ARPA funding did we use in this budget?
About 2.5 million,
And how much is left?
about 1 million.
Another question.
Could we
The
use
5
ARPA
million
fund?
Can I,
Oh.
the $5 million that you have on ESCO, did you use it in the budget?
That escrow has to go to CAGNY. Remember, I sent a memo to everyone that CAGNY came in, $5 million more, actually about 16 million. So in
What?
order to
That's when
finalize
every day
CAGNY,
you keep
With the memo?
moving, that's when you're gonna have more money. I didn't receive that.
no,
Yeah,
you
I
did
saw
receive the memo. The
It was
cap,
what, 17 million from the
Yeah.
10.5?
Okay,
Yeah.
cut it was a $14.5 million. Keep it like that.
Then that
It
means you're gonna
can't, that
remove
we
the
can't-
open size pool?
so
If you
we've
have to
bid it
remove
out,
it,
and
you-
so if they're not gonna construct it, it's either we're gonna accept that construction or you don't have that project. So it's not, I can't control that cost of it. We moved forward with the project, that's why that memo was sent out. That, we originally had the 10.5, and we had 5 million escrow. Now that money has to be used to finalize CAGNY to get it done.
So right now, Catney is costing us 17 million, and if we were to change the plans to revise it to make it a smaller project, how much that would cost?
So we've actually revised it down. This was a phase
What?
1 revision. The construction costs have like literally doubled. So this is the phase 1 revised that originally was supposed to come in at 10.5, then went back out to the design, went to 14.5. Now, when we got to the bidding out, we're at 16 million, and that's with getting a second opinion, because I went out, was not okay with just our construction at risk, had another architect come in. So in terms of the dollars for the CAGNY, all of that would be utilized. So there's no additional dollars there.
So how much is in this current budget for Catney Park?
Cagney Park's money is already like
It-
separate in a different fund, so it's all there, the
The
15.5.
15.5. So
It's
that means you still need
15.5.
to find how much more?
We probably still need to find about, probably $1 million. We're trying to negotiate down to stay at under 16.
But with construction costs
But with
at a
construction
rise,
costs
and you
continuing to go
haven't-
up, we wouldn't be. We would expect that in that following round of that budget, because it's gonna end or be finished in that year or so, we'd need a little bit of more money in the next budget from it to complete Cagney.
If it is the will of this council or the majority of this council to lower the millage rate, we understand that Miami-Dade County has already lowered the millage rate, so residents are going to feel some type of savings there. Maybe we don't roll, I don't know how much would it cost to roll back, 'cause I know, well, never mind, I'm getting a no from the budget director. But, I think that's sort of discussion we should have had the first budget hearing, not the second one.
No, we always.
No,
we
no,
do
I'm
that.
just
That's
making
not
my
the first time.
comment. I'm just putting my comment out there. We know that we still have a deficit problem, that we are operating with a Band-Aid right now because we're using one-time funding to fulfill our financial obligations as, you know, in our city. So as the fiduciary responsibility, our fiduciary responsibility of this city, we can't keep adding expenditures and we don't have money to, we're balancing our budget every year. So what I'm saying is, hey, if it's the will of the council and the majority has their votes to reduce the millage rate, by all means do it. But I think we also need to take a step back and look at the county, who has already reduced property taxes, so residents will see a savings there. And maybe if it's not 7.3, maybe see how much would maybe 7.4 or 7.45. Well, no, I'm saying the county already reduced their millage rate, so they're gonna see a saving for everyone in Miami-Dade County. So they're gonna see a savings this upcoming in their property taxes.
What saving you're talking about?
The county reduced property taxes. They
Yeah.
reduced their millage rate.
What property taxes?
Yeah.
Yeah, so for,
Their millage rate, an unincorporated day.
Yeah, the city,
For people with,
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
for municipalities.
yeah, we have a different debt we pay to the
And-
county,
No,
the
they're,
school board
they're,
and different.
on the
departments.
tax bill, they are a percentage of the tax bill.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
but
it's
it's not,
$7.
it's
Huh?
not their millage
It's $7.
stuff.
It's
No,
not
We
the
get our
millage.
own millage rate, right?
what's the percentage
They're about 33%.
Mm-hmm.
of the,
Yeah.
so they're 33% of the our
Like a
residents' tax
resident's
bill.
tax
Mm-hmm.
bill.
It's $7. The total overall, if you are from the county, is about $14. If it's
I say when we
municipality,
have money,
it's less.
we
But,
provide it, but right now we don't.
Councilwoman Timothy, in tab B, you're about to increase and create a lot of position. That's what it is in tab B also.
Well, that's the pay plan that you can incorporate, but you can also, if you have issues, we know that if you look at all the vacancies that I received, I
Eliminate.
don't know if you guys received it, there was like 3 pages of vacancies. How much did we save in salaries last, budget cycle because positions weren't filled? Do we have that number? Yeah, salary savings. Which, if you remember, we said Public Works only had 20 guys on the street and they needed 40.
Yeah, but
So
the
the same
posi-
people who
those
are doing
position are
sandbags are the
high-ranking
same person that.
position.
No, I'm talking about the little guys, the 40 people that they don't have on the streets right now. They have 20. So the same 4 people who were doing sandbags would have been the same 4 people clearing out the streets.
I
But remember
understand
that they're
but
understaffed.
the proposed budget,
And don't
the
forget,
people,
during 2020 for COVID, you cut everybody.
listen, Timothy, but the budget, the proposed budget only increase high-ranking employees.
So why don't you address that situation? So how much percentage is the COLA? Is it 3?
3 and 3.
So do you want to maybe do two and 3?
No.
And then, or 1 and 3?
No, if we agree on reduce the millage, then we're gonna take a break, they're gonna review it and come up with a proposal.
But I say you
Let's vote
spend
on
money
it
when
first.
you have money.
We
but,
need to vote on it first.
but you want to vote on
If
it
it
knowing
pass.
our financial situations, and
But
we need to
no,
get it
what-
clear.
Mayor, if we could just can we take a break? Because I need to work with the CRA, get real numbers as to what that's gonna cost, because that's both
Well-
budgets. We'd probably have to come back, call it in. And so
No,
if
we're
you
gonna
can give us
take
a,
a break
set-
if it pass.
but if you can give us a,
If
well,
it don't
I'd like-
pass,
Yeah, it doesn't,
if it don't pass, we don't have to
Well,
go
can
back.
can we take a break to
Yeah,
kind of talk
Councilman.
it through here in administration on that? It's the first time that anyone suggested that there was gonna be a reduction in the millage rate, so we just like to take a moment
That's why
to
in June,
calculate
you
it.
have to come up by resolution, we have to keep the cap. It always can come down, it cannot go up.
We understand that. I'm asking for a break, for a 10-minute break.
Here's, I know Councilman Galvin wanted to say something. I think there's gonna be multiple breaks, the way I'm hearing tonight. So, you know, because I remember one time, I think I was the city clerk, I was here until 4 a.m. They decided to just do it here, do the budget here. And then another time it was, well, we left around 1. Terry, you remember, you here.
Maybe she wasn't in the budget department.
When
Y'all
we,
thought you were getting out of here?
in 2000
2000.
in 2016, when we cut the millage by half point,
And then
I'm-
you
it
I'm
was
always
the
with-
second hearing in 2016, and staff figured out in about 45 minutes
Yeah.
what they're
you
gonna
can't
cut.
compare
them.
that staff to this staff.
Hmm?
Oh,
No,
I'm saying
No.
this staff is better.
Well, I'm just saying you
Yeah.
can't compare the two. You said 15 minutes. You don't know how
no,
long
I
it
didn't
was.
say 15 minutes, around 45 minutes.
Yeah.
They come up with a, how
So,
they're gonna cut.
they need a break, I assume, but are we voting before the break, or to
Yeah,
see?
we have
what-
to vote before the break. If it doesn't, if you don't pass, we don't have to go
Okay.
to break down. I think that's what it is.
Listen, it could be 0, I'm always for the people. So, listen,
If it
you
does,
know,
no services
you know.
are-
Okay,
you know
the motion on the floor is
it could be
to,
5.0. Huh? Huh?
huh? I know.
No, we
I know.
didn't.
The motion is to lower the millage at 7.3.
What would the saving be on that one for the people?
Mr. Mayor, is there a
What's-
reason why do you want to lower it, and where do you plan to cut from the money?
That's them.
The administration gonna give us
Oh,
a new budget.
Right, but apparently you have some ideas on where you're gonna cut.
No, the administration gonna go back. They know where the monies are, and they're gonna come up with a balanced budget.
And then when more stuff happen, they gotta take breaks, more breaks, and
Yeah.
balance it. I mean, I thought that's what it was. So,
I have a motion on the floor
I'll
to
second it.
7.3.
I have a motion made.
I'm sorry, I am not comfortable voting on anything. I need to understand numbers.
I have a
I don't
motion.
ask you to
I'm,
vote.
I'm prepared to vote no now, even though I'm interested in the direction. I'm prepared to vote no simply
don't have
because
enough
it
education.
would just
I'm a no
Yes.
too.
dump the apple cart all
No.
over the place, and I don't want to do that. I
No.
totally respect and understand where the mayor's
I
coming
understand
from.
that.
Right.
That's the motion.
Let's call the vote.
The
Okay,
motion
call
on
the
the
vote.
floor is to lower the millage at 7.3.
Mayor, just
Madam-
to be clear, you want me to take the vote, or we're taking a break before we vote?
Take the vote.
No, we vote.
Okay.
Let the people know, I'm with the people, go.
So I would like to, no, I'm
I
gonna
have-
make, and this is
I-
exactly what this foolishness is about. I want to say, yes, I said that. I want to say that I do care about the people, and I want to do what's right for the people. This is the same thing that we did for the water bill, talking about, let's not raise this, let's not raise that, and then we're not fixing things, we're not taking care of things, and we're doing it for political moves. So I'm not voting, I am going to be voting no, and it's not, and it's because I care about the people. I don't want to pay more. I think financially here, I'm probably the one that's more hurt financially here. So,
In what-
go
in what?
go ahead for the,
Okay, for the record, I did it in 2016. It was 7.950, and we reduced it by 7.5.
and we have infrastructure problems. We have
But
all
we had
sorts
a
of
reserve
problems.
then, right?
We're
In
just coming
2016,
out of
what
the
was our reserve?
red.
16 million?
It is not prudent. That is not financial responsibility.
Yeah, but at the same time, we are creating position. We are adding.
So
But
if
then
we
let's-
feel
we are
that way, cut the
changing
positions.
the se-
No problem.
Mayor, can we call the vote, please?
Yeah, call the vote.
Okay.
Yes.
Madam Clerk.
I have a motion made by Mayor Bieneme to lower the millage rate to 7.3 mils. The motion was seconded by Vice Mayor Desilme. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion fails with a 3-2 vote.
Thank you very much. And now it's tab C. Can I hear a motion on tab C?
What is tab C?
So
What is tab
moved.
C?
Move
The
approval.
millage.
Second.
7.5.
Move, move approval on tab C at 7.5
And I
mils.
second that.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab C. The motion was seconded by Councilwoman Estime Irvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Nay.
Motion carries with a 3-2 vote.
Playing chess tonight.
We're gonna be a little lame.
Okay.
Let's move.
That was Jesus.
That was a sneeze. You all right, Nikki?
Where's the budget?
Jesus' name, holy water. You ready?
Tab D, a proposed resolution of
No,
the mayor.
wait, please, please. Where's the budget?
Did you get your change memo?
Who changed it?
Change.
And I think I know what
Where's
he's
the
saying.
budget?
Where do we throw
Where
in
the
our
budget
ideas?
item? You throw, where is it? You put a bunch of, huh?
Tab
Tab
J.
J.
Where's the, I don't have an agenda.
Okay.
with this.
Madam Clerk, let's move to tab J,
But if-
please.
You don't have to do the
The
other.
budget,
Agenda?
after that we'll,
Copy of the agenda.
put a bunch of
I
things.
gave you what I came with. Let me get
The
that.
budget, let's move in the budget.
I'm
That's a
trying to get an
budget
agenda.
hearing.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be offensive.
Yeah, you can,
You were good.
after, yeah,
Got it. Trying to get a copy.
yeah, the budget.
Madam Vanessa. Madam Clerk.
It's a budget hearing, and they put a bunch of things instead of the two budget items.
Sir, the reason those items are there is, and normally what happens is, and we tried to change it this year, is normally you go past the budget, and the budget includes changes in fees, and then 2 meetings from now, you all are coming back and approving fees for water and all that stuff. So what we did was, we put all of those resolutions tonight, so everything's done in one night. So that's why you have those other items. Your budget, if you go to tab J, you will approve a budget without approving the money that's coming in. So it would be prudent to go through all those items, but if you don't want to, you don't have to. It just means that you're gonna approve a budget and then have to go back and see that whether you have the money or not.
What?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
why don't we have just a frank discussion on what we want to, what we want to cut, what we want to keep, what we
Okay.
want to increase, and then we
Yeah,
can come
because
back and.
It's better to come up with the budget.
Right, that's what,
The same way we've been doing it.
right.
But we put 20 items, it's like,
Yeah, but
Yeah, what I was suggesting is that we just sort of put on hold everything
these,
else.
yes.
Yeah, I
We
would
talk
second
about
that.
what we want to cut,
Yeah.
increase, or what, and then, once we sort of have consensus on what we want to do with specific programs, we come back, and if staff needs to take a break to tell us how they're gonna make those changes happen, fine. And then once they've explained and we agree, then we vote.
can I say something, Mr. Mayor? Councilman Galvin, you are correct. I'm accustomed to maybe 1 or 2 items, which is the millage rate and the budget. So the companion items here, they are, what was the explanation, Mr. Attorney?
If you look at the item, sir, for example, tab D,
Yes.
right? Tab D is approving community planning and development recovery schedule of fees. So the
What
fees
is
that
that?
the community, so the fees that CP&D are charging developers, we're asking for those fees to be increased. That increase in the fees is reflected in the budget that you're going to approve later. So if you don't go through this and increase the fees, your budget doesn't make sense. It won't
It
have the
doesn't
funds.
balance.
It won't be balanced.
I
That's
re-
why these are
Oh
here.
my
And
So this
usually
was
what
something
happens
that I
is-
know I asked in my briefings about how often do we look at our fees to make sure that they're up to standards, if there are park fees, if it's our building permanent fees, if it's our CP&D fees, our library, well, no, there's no more library fine fees, but we have to look at our fees comprehensively, so if they're included in this budget,
yeah, but after we pass the budget, that's when we come up with
They did it
those
backwards.
increase and things like that.
they're budgeted.
But it's not at one night.
Sorry. We have to vote on those increases, and those increases are already assumed in the budget. And those are revenues that are coming to the city. I mean, you can probably disagree on amounts,
Projected
that's fine.
revenue.
Projected,
Projected. That doesn't mean 100% they're gonna come. They may come, they may not. That's why we pass the budget, and after
and
that,
there,
we come with it.
and then there are also some missed opportunities that, licensing the processing fees that we haven't had, that other cities have had, and we're taking an opportunity
No,
from
we're
as
okay with
well.
that. We're gonna
The numbers
come
are
with
based
it.
off of a percentage of what
We're
you
gonna
guys already
come with those
collect,
numbers.
correct? So
So-
if you collect 85% of permit
sorry, are you
fees,
not hearing
you're
me?
budgeting it at the same 85%.
Yeah, so we have So what we did was, we've been looking at what our fees were, and these were in conversations that we've had at workshops, trying to figure out how we're gonna get more revenue. As you know, even the property tax revenue is only a portion of our revenue. So one of the things that we've done is kind of comprehensively looked around at other cities, looked to see, and we put ourselves in a competitive space in terms of the fees in different areas. Parks is also on here because we do have a new center and we have new fees, and there's actually an ordinance that asks us.
We understand that,
And we're
but
asked-
we
it's
wanna pass
required-
the budget first, then we will review this. That's,
Okay.
we understand, it's not like we said we're not gonna do that.
Yeah, I mean, to me, Mr. Mayor, it sounds like there's gonna be some significant new suggestions tonight.
Yeah.
Let's get those on the table, let's
Let's
figure
get
out
the
what has
budget,
support, and
because-
then we can rewind and vote on everything else. Right now, we're pigeonholing ourselves if we vote on everything and
But-
then get to the moment we wanna talk about the budget and find
But-
out we don't have enough money to do what we wanna do.
Councilman Galvin.
So, can
go
I,
ahead, Madam Manager.
in light of that, if you would allow, can we have our budget presentation done, and we read into the adjustments that were done from the first budget hearing?
No, when we come on tab J, you're gonna have your presentation.
My only not concern, but we did not vote, which is fine, to reduce the people's money. So that's coming out their pocket. It is staying where it is. And now we're gonna add, that's the only thing that don't sound good. We're gonna add water bill going up and all these other fees. So I think that's why I was with the mayor, because at least that kind of could have, I would have been okay with, maybe, okay, your water bill is going up because we lower your millage rate a little bit. That was my argument, because right now, it's hard. And this budget, and I've been saying this for years, it is hard, and we need to reflect that, especially for the little folks are not here. And when you look at the residents, we do have infrastructure problem, but it's not addressed here. What I do see that addressed is a lot of new positions or a lot of increase in salaries, and I think that's the big thing that we'll talk about tonight. But that's my only comment. Whatever the will of the board is, I'm okay.
Because when we said we're gonna cut, nobody said we're gonna cut from the infrastructure money allocated in the budget. I don't see why, and we come with infrastructure improvements. Okay. Madam Clerk, is tab J. We're gonna go straight to the budget.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Let's talk about what we all want to
Yeah.
do, and then procedurally, staff can recommend how we fix things.
Yeah.
Right. But
Yeah.
it sounds like there's going to be new stuff tonight. I know I got some new stuff.
Yeah. Madam City Clerk.
Tab J, a proposed second reading ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, adopting and approving the budget of the City of North Miami for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2022 and ending September 30, 2023. Authorizing the amount to be raised by taxation for the operation of the city for the 2022-23 fiscal year, authorizing the expenditure of funds established by the budget, authorizing a return on investment transfer from the Water and Sewer Utility Fund to the General Fund, authorizing the city manager to implement budget amendments, revenue and/or expenditure, to appropriate or unappropriate funds as required during the fiscal year, and to amend the prior fiscal year budget to facilitate the year-end closing process, providing for repeal, severability, and an effective date. Tab J.
Thank you very much. Madam City Manager, your presentation.
Yes, at this time, I'll ask Vivian Cal to make the presentation.
It's not gonna be online. We're gonna send all those people.
Hello. Vivian Cal, Budget Director for the city. During tonight's presentation, we're going to be covering the fiscal year 22-23 budget and general fund budgets, budget amendments and the general fund expenditures, sanitation and other fees, and water and sewer and building fees. The total proposed budget for the city is $167,171,000, funding $457.
And I wanna we might let you know at any time during the process if you have questions. We can ask, so we have some, so we can get some clarification moving forward. Okay? Okay. You don't have,
With the $167 million, we're funding 457 full-time positions.
How many positions?
457.
for 57.
The $167 million now includes the
A quick
approved budget.
question.
I'm
For
sorry.
57 and full-time employee or including
Full-time employees.
full-time? Okay, how many part-time you creating this?
I don't have the number with me, sir.
Okay.
Are these
How many
full-
we had before in the previous budget?
450.
450 in the previous budget?
450 positions were approved for fiscal year 21-22.
Okay, how many was filled during the year? How many full-time employee you have as of today?
I cannot tell you from memory. 300 and something. Yeah, I cannot tell you right now. I will have to do some digging.
Okay,
Can I ask a question too, Mayor?
yes.
From the 457 full-time employee, how many of them are fully budgeted in this fiscal year? Because I know some of them are budgeted half.
What do you mean that?
They don't budget the full salary for the whole entire year.
What do you mean?
So that we can create savings, we budget some type of attrition, so some positions may be open. So we're expecting that it'll take time to either recruit or we hold the recruitment in order to realize those savings.
So if we don't hire somebody until January, there's a savings for that.
Right, exactly.
Between October 1st and January. Okay.
Correct.
Well,
Mhm.
you guys had a lot of saving, because
And
Half
we
the people
made those
gone.
assumptions across few departments, including the police department, budget office, and CP&D.
So do you have that total?
I don't have the total from the top of my head, but they were budgeted to start at a later date.
which, one- you said, that was my question with the police. So they are budgeted to start late.
So
There are
that's
two
not-
police officers that they have been budgeted to start on April, and in conversation
Yeah.
with the chief, his explanation is, he knows he won't be able to get these folks to be here by October 1st.
Yeah, he said that, but
And that's the concept that we have applied.
okay, but I figured it was the money thing, okay.
Well-
Thank you, it's on the record.
Yes, sir.
Can I go? Can I continue? Now, this budget, the $167 million now includes the approved budget for the CRA that was approved yesterday for $22.5 million. The general fund budget remains at $66.1 million, which is the same amount that we have. We're not increasing any of the revenues in here. 34% from the property tax, 11% for the fees collected, 30% comes from the intergovernmental revenues.
I'm sorry, how much for fees? You could slow down just a little bit?
Yeah.
The breakdowns from the 67 million? You said 30%.
34% is property taxes. 11% is the fees collected for the services, including sanitation fee, parks and library fees, police off-duty charges, passport, liens, and compliance reviews. 13% comes from the intergovernmental revenues, which includes the state revenue share, the half-cent, and alcoholic and mobile home licenses. 16% comes from the other transfers.
Mobile home licenses, we don't have any mobile homes in North Miami.
That's the name of the account.
Gotcha, okay.
How much money you use from the enterprise fund? How many percent you use?
For the enterprise fund, the total is about a little bit over $9 million.
The percentage? You use a 7% car total?
Yes.
Okay. Any question here? No?
That 11%, that's the fees that we're gonna approve, okay, in these other tabs.
You can move forward.
Okay. After we met on September 14th, we met with some of you, and we went back and we made some adjustments. The total value of the adjustments that we did is $615,000. We are making these adjustments, making some increases in some areas, and we are making reductions in other places. We're not counting with additional revenue to absorb these adjustments. These adjustments includes $51,000 within the Office of the Mayor and Council, and this was to add a part-time position, reclass 2 coordinators, and adjust the allocation to the Florida League of Cities and Days. In the Personnel Department, we added an additional $10,000 for the recruitment advertisement. $25,000 were added in the IT for automating the customer application in various departments. $10,000 have been adjusted in the Police Department for the monthly bike ride event. $25,000 were added in CP&D to account for the grant matching funds for the green grants out of Miami-Dade County and the Business Summit activities. $20,000 were added in Public Works for additional landscaping projects citywide. $145,000 were added into parks to enhance various parks programs, install cameras at the Claude Pepper Park and the Scott Galvin Center. $60,000 were added in non-departmental to account for the wellness program and a grant to the Czech Club. $113,000 were added to the libraries to increase the operating hours to 55.5 hours and to increase the book budget to $50,000.
Quick question, please. I'm sorry. Is that would that restore the hours back to normal 2020 prior to COVID hours at the library?
It restores it back to 55.5 hours.
That did not answer
It
my
was
question.
56, so they lose half an hour.
Oh. Okay. I need to get my blue book.
$155,000 are being added into housing for the twice-a-week senior program, an additional $30,000 for the food pantry. And then we had to reduce $615,000 to be able to accommodate for some of these changes. To accommodate for these changes, we were able to freeze one more commander position within the police department. We did a salary cost allocation from the Public Works Department. We reduced the freebie program out of non-departmental and reallocated it to the half-cent fund. And the difference to be able to balance the budget was $211,000 were taken out of non-departmental. Are we good? The general fund expenditures, there were some changes from the last time that we have met, but we're still remaining at the $66 million, 131. There is $44 million for personnel, $18 million for operating expenses, which includes the day-to-day expenses for the city, $890,000 for capital, $1.4 million for internal services, $1.3 million for grants and aids, and $267,000 for reserve. That's what it accounts for the pension bond payments. In the fees that we are proposing to be able to adjust today, we are proposing to adjust the lien services fees for the next day services, the 3-day services, and the 7-day services. In Parks and Recreation, the adjustments that we're making is to the private tennis lessons. And we are adding the Scott Galvin Community Center programs because they were not before in the resolution. And in CP&D, we're adjusting some of their fees, including the administrative site plan review, the alcoholic beverage licenses, the appeals, certificates of use, new development filing, and the site plan revisions.
That's what I was saying.
For sanitation fees, last time we met, there was a potential that Waste Pro was going to be getting a 4% CPI increase. After talking to Waste Pro, they're going to honor the original proposal that they gave us, which only increases the resident 60 cents per month for about $7 per year. In water and sewer, based on the approved study conducted by Black and Beach in 2021, and for us to be able to maintain the infrastructure and to continue providing services to the residents and be able to absorb the growth of the city, we should be raising the fees for water by 7% and the sewer fees by 8%. This translating to about $5 per month on an average per resident.
How much you increasing the water?
In building, what's happening in building, we're,
7% and sewer.
Yeah, go back.
The percentage
The
for,
percentage.
What
The
is
set-
sewer? What is?
7% for the water, and 8% for the sewer, and it comes out to an average of about $5,
So
based on a
60 year.
5,000 gallon consumption
60 a year.
average of $5
per month,
per month.
Based
No,
on, what's the consumption?
5,000 gallons.
so,
That's 15%.
yeah, total, right? 15% total for the sewer and the water.
7% for the water portion, 8% for the sewer portion. So if
15.
you don't have sewer, if you're not connected to the sewer, you won't be paying for the
No,
sewer.
half the city is, yeah, more than half, 90% is on sewer, so everybody getting a rate.
How much is the sanitation? The increase for the sanitation?
60 cents,
The percentage, you mean?
$7 a year.
No, what's the percentage?
For the sanitation?
Yes.
Oh,
Anybody
that's
has
on
that
top of the
calculator?
sewer and the water?
Yeah.
4%, 60 cents?
But if,
Not how much is the percentage? Increase.
I think it was just two, water and
No, it's
sewer.
not.
What else?
But-
Yeah.
Oh.
When you do 60
We're all over
cents
here.
divided by
Yeah, it's
28.93.
too much.
got a question.
60 cents divided by 28.93.
It's 5, so it's 60 a year, okay. Sanitation proposed will be, wait,
No,
so the
60
proposed is
divided by
400 and something.
It's okay, 0.60 divided by 28.93.
Wait a minute.
So it's less than 2%. The 60 cents in the sanitation is less than 2%.
Less than- How much was it before, per year, per household? And how much it is now?
Give me 1 second.
Oh.
347,
sorry.
probably about. 414. It should have been about $407.
407 right now, right?
Yeah, yeah.
How much it was before?
And we're proposing 414.
40 Okay,
414?
Yeah.
that's the
Wait,
confusion.
wait, Ali.
Oh.
You proposed 414. How much it was last year? It was 3 something. It wasn't 407.
Yeah, it was $7.20 less. So I want to say 407, 416, 414, 16. 407, 16, I'm
380
sorry. Can't
something.
do math right now.
Last year?
So the rate is
Can you-
347.
It was 347.16,
It was
And the-
357. Okay.
347.16 is the
Uh-huh.
current rate. The proposed sanitation rate is 414.36.
414.
So it's
That's been 100
No.
increase per year, for the year.
75.
$100.
Yeah, about
$75.
$75 for
Yeah.
the year.
Yeah, because that's what I was looking at.
When it's divided by 4, it's,
It's current,
yeah.
and then proposed 314.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor, whenever
Yes,
staff
yes,
is ready.
yes, yes.
So I know that in years past, the city was underwriting utility bills to the tune of $1 million annually. And then the state came in and said, cut that foolishness, or we will cut your ability to get grants. Do these increases that you're showing for this year, are they happening because of that edict and when we voted to raise our rates, or is this something on top of what we'd already voted to raise our rates to?
So part of this, when it comes to sanitation, is that there's some increases that came in from the county. But yeah, there's a lot of, we were subsidizing water, we were subsidizing sanitation, we were subsidizing a lot for the previous years. So a lot of this is coming back because we have to do the increases that we hadn't been doing. But with respect to sanitation, some of those costs we can't even control because it's the cost of actually disposing the trash, and that went up and was raised in the county's budget. So what would happen is we could not dispose of the trash if we do not do the increase. So we don't have a choice. We'd have no place to put our trash.
Mike?
I have a neighbor I
What
don't
you mean
like.
you don't pay? Westport charge you, right? You said you don't have.
I have a question.
When you have the contract with Westport, they increase their rate on you.
Yeah, this
the
rate that you're seeing
negotiation.
here,
Yeah,
is
this
what
is their
Waste
rate,
Pros-
but the thing is, all the costs have gone up, like disposal costs go up too. So they come and do it because we have a private provider and they have to dispose it. They still throw it out.
But we understand that. That's why we were 15% here plus $75 a year. That's why we were trying to give them a break on the millage. That's what we were trying to do.
Right. I have a question, please.
Yes.
What is the mandatory rate that we would have to to satisfy what the state wants for water and sewer for this budget?
For the water and sewer, it's the 7% and the 8%. We're committed to following our Black and Veatch report. So we'd have to follow that report in order to stay in compliance with what the state has required.
If we were not to do it this fiscal year and postpone it for next fiscal year, what would be the impact?
The impact is you still have to get to that same number. So now in order, well, for one, we would probably be disqualified for additional ones. And I've been negotiating for them to give us smaller grants because they did not give us the $29 million grant because we can't meet that and we didn't do the increase in time. So right now I've been negotiating to do smaller grants. That would probably be off the table. But on top of that, the other issue that we would face is if we came back and raised, you're not talking about a 7% raise anymore. You're talking about a 14% and
I just want to
and a 16% in the next year.
So I just want to make it clear on the record that just so the public understands, you understand? So what you're saying to me on the record is that the 7% increase is what we need to do so that we can get the funding so that we can repair our infrastructures. That's that. And if we were to forego this fiscal year, next fiscal year, if we were to revisit it, we would have to be compliant double that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can
That's
I-
what I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Let me clarify that. Well, not clarify. Let me ask a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the manager. The notion, the state did not mandate. It's us because of the grants that we stopped getting. So we can't do it. Did they put in writing saying that you must increase your stuff, or we, because of our ability not to get grants, or they denied whatever that we had, we did that?
So there's several components to that. We did receive a letter from the state that there was an audit concern because of going into the deficit, which we know was because we were borrowing from a fund. So what it did was it reduced the capacity of that fund to pay back any loan that the state would do. So you're talking twofold, the state coming back and saying, you're getting yourself in trouble again for going back into a deficit, and B, you not being able to fix any of the infrastructure, and then C, we wouldn't give you any monies up front or any grants up front to actually do that work.
And
So
that
those are the three issues.
makes sense because we've been telling the people, I think for the past 15 years, that they pay into this fund that we'll fix the infrastructures. And this prior to you being here. So that's an issue, and I'm glad we're addressing it. However, the issue that I'm having, I don't mind it being,
The Black and Veatch should start applying just right now.
last year, right? Was it last year? We started last year?
And when
So-
does it starts to decrease at some
No,
point?
no,
You
ain't
never
decrease.
decrease.
No.
You're always gonna have
The
to
percentage
upgrade.
decrease. No, because right now
Oh,
we're at 8.
Yeah, I
okay.
think the
Yeah,
percentage goes
7.
down, yeah.
Yeah, and then what does it go down to when we stabilize? Is it like 3.5 or?
I think at the
5%.
last year, I want to say, but it goes to like,
2027.
yeah, 2027, it goes to like 3%, which is like,
So it goes down every, okay.
But you always have to update your
Your
survey every
survey.
5-6 years. That's been in 5-6 years. If another study said you have to increase it, it's gonna go
Here's-
back. But what we are the point that I'm trying to make, you're gonna have 15% that we must, and now you have the sanitation $75 a year.
Can I?
$75 a year increase on the sanitation.
No, sanitation is $7 a year.
$75 for the year. It
Seven.
was
No, 7.20.
household used to pay $347, now it's $414.
But that includes.
Doesn't include
No,
what?
the convenience fees has always been there. So in reality, the increase is $7.20 per year.
Mayor, look at page.
Per year, the residents used to pay $347 per year
No.
for this. That's what what?
so there's always been a convenience fee. So the increase is actually in the 720, so the way that it's coming out.
Okay, 347, that's
So what's
how
the
much,
convenience?
So it should have
that's
been-
how much Westport charged before, right? 347 per household, plus what?
Plus the $60, so that was there.
Plus the plus $60 administration fee.
Right, so that took
Okay.
me to the
Okay,
407.
administration fee. But before, it used to be 25, now it's 60. Why $60 for
It was
administration
15
fee?
before.
Yeah, at one point it was 15, after that.
No,
yeah.
it's
Are you looking
15
at
per
the code
quarter,
per
so you're talking about $15 you
15
see
per
every
quarter.
time you get an actual bill. But for the entire year, it was $60.
It was, no,
It's
it
for,
was,
it's for
no, no,
quarter.
no. No, I'm comparing between the last budget and this one. It wasn't $60 administrative fee, it was $13.
No, for the year it's 60. For the,
No, no,
for
no.
the quarter it was 13, now it's 15. Do you want to pull up the last
When we
budget?
first, when we negotiate with Westport and in the new contract, we keep it at $13. When we negotiate with Westport for administrative fee. It's maybe
Crystal?
last year they increased it and now we realize that, but when we negotiate the contract with Westport at 347, the administrative fee was $13.
Can I ask a quick question? Is there any way, oh, it's in here, this presentation. Is there any way, what is that total fee that we are charging, the difference that we used to subsidize to the residents, it is currently in the proposal? Is it 1.2 million, 1.5?
Yeah,
What is
they
it?
say about 1.1. Usually that's the number they usually say.
How much is it now, Madam Manager?
I don't have that exact number. It's around $1 million because that's happened about two fiscal years
Okay.
ago.
See, my issue is if we have to increase it, it is what we do, but we could take it from all of these. That's my thing. I don't mind doing what we need to do, but we also have the in equity when you see that, because if we're saying the residents are doing this, the feeling out there is we don't provide services, and I know that's not true, but that is the feeling that they have. So, and we've been talking about, again, before you came here,
Okay, I'm not talking about that.
about
I'm talking
the,
we negotiate with Westport.
the
It
quality.
was $13.
Guys,
They increased. Go ahead.
Yeah, when they talk about customer service and all this and all that, worst time for Crystal to be up here. no code. No, you could. I'm just saying code enforcement, but all of the different things, and we've been working hard for years to see what we could do to change the culture of how people feel about us, because we know we have good employees and they do what they do, but it's been ongoing. So my thing is, again, for the people, what can we do to help out? That's all. That's what I do, the Nomi
So
Fest.
we're
I know we
trying
got
to
100,000 there,
compromise.
yeah.
That's why we are compromising on the millage. And it
Oh, I
seems
don't
like
mind.
the administration don't want to compromise, they
No,
want to
it's not,
increase.
it's not.
And we have $75 on the sanitation and all those fees, and they don't want to compromise on the millage.
It's not them. They didn't, fairly, it's not them.
That's-
We voted here.
Okay,
So,
okay.
we could- the public will know.
And Mr. Mayor, I still feel like we're putting the cart before the horse. Like, we need to just all say,
What we
here's
don't
what I
want.
want.
Okay.
Here's what you know what I mean? Like,
Okay.
I want to add this, I want to change this, et
and then
cetera.
they'll know.
Right, and then they can start doing the math magic
Okay.
and come back to us with numbers. For instance, I'm still not clear on what new personnel positions we're looking to add for this year. If there's $100,000 we need to save, to me, that means you just don't hire that new assistant to the, that's where
Or
I'll.
salary increase,
Right,
or
and
change
that's,
them position so they can
Right.
make more money.
so that's just one example I have.
Should we let her finish her presentation and then we can have a discussion, or what are we doing?
If we let her finish the presentation, chop chop.
One more.
One more.
Just
Go ahead.
in building, what we're doing in building regarding their fees is we are creating tiers within the fees, right? We are creating where there will be a minimum fee applied for any job up to amount of $5,000. And then we broke it down based on the total value of the construction cost. There will be a 2.5% applied to the job value for the residential projects and a 2.75% to the value of the construction cost to the commercial projects. And that's it.
A quick
So
question.
Go back
Did
to
you
that
charge, wait, did you charge, the building department and administration?
Yes,
Administrative fee?
yes.
How much it is? You charge them? Because it's, it became an enterprise fund.
While she's looking at that, for that, Mr. Mayor, that slide right there, and I think I spoke to the manager about this, and I know residents may get upset, but I would be a perfect example, because I'm trying to remodel my house, so I know the residential gonna hurt me, but I don't mind doing that, because we haven't done it so long, and when you look at the commercial, I don't really mind about them paying, it's really going back to the residents.
There is it
But-
paid 2.5 and commercial
Yeah, and then
2.7.
2.7.
It's like
It's
close.
okay. Yeah, it's fine. But I'm just saying, I don't mind the building fee. I think we talked about Parks and Rec. I think those are okay. You know, those type of fees to increase and do what we do. I'm just still with the water thing. I'm just want to put it right there on the record. Thank you.
The admin reimbursement for the building department
Mhm.
is being budgeted for 789.
700,000,
789,000.
789. From the enterprise building to the general fund
Yes, sir.
for administrative fees.
And that's
That's
just for
been now we
building.
make more money by moving the building department. We used to generate money after expenses.
Well, that doesn't equal more. In fact, what was happening before, and we had to separate it, is that was being used and funded in more, and it was being done outside of state law, and so I had to remove it. So it ended up becoming a loss to us because we were using money from, permits and those and using it into the general fund, which is not allowed. So this
but
is really small
But what we
compared to
tried-
what we were using before.
But what I'm trying to say, overall budget of the building department, it always been less than what we are, the fees that we are collecting from the building department.
No, it's been 3.1.
Okay. Okay. Yes, ma'am. You can move forward.
Oh, I had
You
a
done?
question in this part, for the residential 2.5 and commercial 2.75. So these are applied to the fees that we're charging residents, like if they were to redo their home?
Apply
That's a-
for a permit.
The value of the construction cost.
How
Is
much
that
it
an
was
increase
before?
or is that a decrease? Like, is that, oh, it's an increase?
Yeah.
Increased by 2.5%, right?
Question.
It's not an increase by 2.5%.
It's
We just,
2.5, okay.
it was a different way to calculate it,
Okay.
to get more fair, and so that it was just an even amount of, based on what you were actually doing, right? So if you're doing more things, you would expect to say, okay, I'm gonna
Why don't we
pay more.
increase the
ins-
commercial and we
That's what I was gonna
decrease the
ask.
residential?
That was my question. Would that be good?
Yeah,
So,
it's like they're paying the same.
well, because, let's say you're doing commercial, you're talking about 3 million versus 300,000, so you're still trying to make revenue that's sustained. So somebody coming in with a $3 million project, if we put that up, that's, that's a bigger
They got
amount, that's a
money.
bigger
But
number.
What is the average out there?
We use this based on the study, and this was an average that was done. We had someone come in, look at all of the others, and this was kind of one of the best practices numbers.
Tonight's gonna get sloppy.
Yeah.
I think we need to look at best practices and say that's a best practice.
For them.
What can we do? What, because I think if I understand, if we raise the commercial rates
To 3%.
by X percent, that will increase revenue X dollars.
No?
And, no,
Right,
It is
so,
different building enterprise fund.
so the thing about it is that trying to get additional monies in building does not fix our general fund issue.
Yeah.
Because we cannot use those monies.
Listen,
It's enterprise.
So
Okay.
can we talk about what we want to cut and
Yes.
do? I mean, like I say, we're trying to solve the math problem before we even know what the problem is. Obviously, we all want to reduce residential rates as much as possible.
Not really, we just voted down.
Well, we can always come back and change
Yeah, we can
that.
come-
I mean,
we can- yeah.
until the meeting is adjourned, nothing
That's
is
true,
final.
that's true, you're right.
we should do a compromise, at least 7.25
Okay, let's
or
cut, Mr. Mayor.
7.4.
Let's see what Councilman Galvin wants. Let's cut.
Yeah. Okay, the presentation is done?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, District 1, let's
All right.
go.
It sounds like I heard you say that there is now money in the budget for the Czech Club and a potential sign, something like that.
Yes.
The Galvin Center fees, what are they? I remember one of the times I saw one of the drafts, it was like really cheap. Do we, is there anything that says, for the weight room, you pay X. For the weight room and the basketball court, you pay Y. Like,
So yes, we're actually we're printing out the program thing, but yes, we do have a cost. In the actual Galvin Center, there is a cost for those if you want to sign up and have a fee and for the gym. So that's there. It's in the new proposed fees under one of the tabs
Tab
here.
F.
So tab F, so that's in there. And we're actually putting out our new fall winter program out. And in there, they'll see the fees, and we actually, I don't know if you've seen, I do believe you saw something that we talked about the Galvin Center. That's gonna be a page that's in our program, but that's pushing to promote joining the Scott Galvin Center.
okay. And I just use that as an example because it's the first, it's a new facility. Okay. Street paving and fixing in Keystone. I'll be specific, I'm talking about Keystone. I'm not expecting us to come through and repave the entirety of Keystone, but a couple of constituent inquiries I've had recently pointed out that there were some major flaws, that the contractors who were working could have paved it better, and things like that. How much money is, I get that there's a budget for the whole department, but if I want to be specific and talk about Keystone, how do you?
So they all have like their different cost, and until we go and we cost them out, I can't say that, I can give an average of the street, but I can't say what that cost. But in terms of District 1, the proposed locations, and we worked on this today based on having the conversation. We have right now Northeast 136th Street between 12th Avenue to resurface that in District 1, and then North Bayshore Drive, Northeast 123rd Street to Keystone Boulevard.
Right.
And then also North Bayshore Drive, Keystone Boulevard to Arch Creek Drive. Those would be the 3 proposed locations that would be completed in this year based on this budget.
So if there are other flaws, not talking about repaving whole streets, great to hear about the repaving whole streets, that's nothing new. If there are problems out there, divots that need to be fixed, sidewalks that need to be secured on a temporary basis, things that we don't exactly have our handle on right now, where do I find money tonight to have a little pot for those types of things?
When we looked at this, we would probably want to increase in this area because the things that you're speaking of would be part of here. So the proposed locations looked at what our budget is this year, which was 240. And so if the council would like and want to increase, there's proposed locations in this area and we would put it here. And then we could go out with you and say where these areas are and there would be increased in.
Yeah, and I don't want to do it that way. Are you telling me, though, that there is $240,000 for District 1
No, I'm saying there's $240,000 in total. The three areas that I said are what is expected to
In total
do.
for the city.
In total for the city.
So if I want to, here's what I would like to do. For District One, I want to up that by $50,000. Everybody wants to do the same in their district, great, but I'm looking at doing 50,000 more for street, sidewalk, et cetera. And I'm not looking for big projects for doing the whole street. I don't want to stop you from doing the whole streets that you're planning to do now, but something extra. Because a couple of the streets where I've found issues are not on those main drags. They're some of the little finger streets. So I'm gonna look to find another $50,000 for street repaving for District One. I also wanna have a conversation, if not at this moment, about, salary and expense increases for the mayor council. I believe that. I believe that, and this is really for whoever comes after me. This isn't, you know, if it were to benefit me for 6 months, okay. But if, as I look at the salary schedule for what we're paid versus what other staff members are paid, sorry, I closed my page to go on to something else. But we have specific positions that are paid more than mayor council, and I can't find it now. But I'd like to look for dollars by the end of the night for increases in the mayor council. Yeah, but, okay, this is it, Appendix E, sorry. I was looking under Appendix B. Sorry, we got so caught up in some of the other stuff that I closed pages that I had open. You know, that's where we could have had digital copies, but hey. You know, utility business supervisors earn more than mayor council, payroll analysts, you know, network administrators.
Do you have a number in mind, so we could just second?
Yeah, $3,000 a month between salary and benefits. Split it up however you want to, $3,000 a month.
That would be extra, so that's 50, that's 18 more? Is that the math, Madam?
It's 33,000 a year more.
Okay, I was thinking about it.
So there would be 6 elected, because the elected go to there.
The clerk.
So that's $36,000 increase per council
Oh, yeah,
person.
I forgot you're right, I
Yeah.
forgot to mention that.
Oh, where is she?
The clerk.
Oh.
But right now, if being a council member was on the salary chart, we don't come in the top part.
How much total you have to look for?
So right now, just on the base, that's 216,000, but we would have to add 50-something% for your fringe.
How much
Because they have a
total
different,
for the 6?
It's about 300 and something thousand right now.
Oh,
Okay, and
I was looking at.
That would be 30, so I need to calculate it. But right now, it's 26,000 in the base, but your fringes are different from the other fringes, so that's another 50%, so it's about 300 and something thousand to add.
you see how
Give
easy
me 1
you
second.
you see how easy you're gonna find it, and you didn't want to lower the millage.
Oh, good, okay.
What'd you say?
Mr. Beja.
I'm sorry, I don't
Millage.
understand what you're saying.
You try to lower the millage for the people,
It wasn't
And,
her.
and maybe
and
in
it
the
was
end.
tough for you to find.
Right,
But
What was tough for me to find?
the $800,000 we're talking.
No, sir, you're asking me how much is the difference, and I'm telling you that. I'm hearing all of the requests,
Right.
and I'm taking the request down. I'm calculating the request at that number.
So in theory, Mr. Mayor,
Mhm.
if the 50,000 for street paving and the 300,000 for, everybody's benefits, if I take that cumulatively, that's $350,000?
I don't have I'm trying to calculate the fringes now.
Rough number, right, rough
Right.
number, 300,000. So if I'm trying to find $350,000 for what I'd like to change in the budget. I'll go through this and suggest positions that maybe we don't fill at all. You know, we've got people who work in administration in City Hall that make 3 times what a council member makes, which, hey, it's great for them, but, you know, I'm looking to make things more equitable so that we can attract a stronger level of candidate to run for office in the city. And I think the concept of everybody just doing this out of the goodness of their heart is an outdated one. And if people aren't being paid a living wage for a full-time job, we do a full-time job. So,
All the time?
you know, I'm right, full-time,
Is there
all the time. There's
Yeah,
no,
that's
there's no
true.
days off. I could tell you some stories, but I think it's
Christmas
only,
too.
it's only fair to me that those salaries that the mayor, council, clerk make are in
No
line with
clerk,
what
no
other.
clerk.
You leave the clerk alone.
Sorry, I'll take the clerk's name out of my mouth. And again, if the council doesn't want to do it, fine, but that's where I'm looking to make changes tonight. More money for District 1 street paving, and then mayor, council salary changes.
Okay.
A quick question. Is Scott Galvin Center is in the CRA?
It is,
I believe it is.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I've had discussions with the.
Don't worry about that.
Okay,
We're
I'll
gonna-
leave it.
okay. The director is here? Oh, okay, thank you. How much money is budgeting for the center, maintenance and operation?
Approximately 1.4 million.
One?
There was a few increases.
How much?
Approximately 1.4 million.
$1.4 million, but you're using the money from Gwen Margolis toward that.
No, we're not. As you recall, well, we're actually using 200,000 to build the parking. So that was subtracted for the parking spaces that we're adding. However, when the sale came, there was a request and a vote that it go into a restricted fund.
How much
So
is in that restricted fund?
in that restricted fund is about about 2.8 at this point, because it was
2.8.
3.1 for the sale and 200,000, so around 2.8.
To purchase it in year 3.
Yeah, 2.8. Okay.
And if we want to talk about that, I'd love to hear from staff where we stand with the $2 million that Solamia owes us for a Solamia Park facility that's
gonna come with
not going to
that.
be, right,
We're
so,
gonna come with that.
right, so, you know,
Okay.
that's all I've got for right now.
You said $1.3 million for maintenance and operation of
That
Scott
includes,
Galvin Center.
that includes rent.
1.4.
That includes the lease, right?
Yes.
The 100, okay, and insurance, okay. How much is the lease again?
It goes up each year, but it's about about 1.1 this year,
For maintenance and operation besides the lease?
around $300,000.
Okay, okay. You done, Con?
Yeah.
Okay. You take notes of his request? Yes, ma'am. You
I have to
can-
wait for my notebook. Are we, Mayor, can I ask you, are we gonna vote on each amended item to the budget, or how do we?
No, let's see your point, what you wanna see, what you wanna change, what everybody wanna change, so we can come up at the end with the proposed amendments and things that we're gonna do. Oh. If what?
Yeah, we're done with
Yeah,
District
we-
1.
yeah,
Those
we're
are the
working,
only
yeah.
suggestions I
Yeah,
have right
yeah,
now.
yeah.
And that's not just District 1, those are my requests, but it would affect everybody beyond District 1.
Except the city clerk.
Should we do
When
District
it's
3?
coming? Oh, you wanna go to District 3? Let's go District 3.
I don't have any changes at this time.
Back to you, District Chief.
I had a couple of questions earlier with the manager.
Bless you.
The total amount that we changed from last budget hearing to this budget hearing, that total amount again? I know you gave us a budget hearing adjustment memo.
I believe that number was about 615,000 of all the adjustments, but we used, but we also made some adjustments in order to keep the number of the budget at the same.
Where did you find that 615?
Attrition, salaries, attrition savings, and then we were able to find dollars in transportation, and there was a transfer from, there was a transfer that went into the transportation for a portion.
From transportation, but it's not the CRA money?
No, sir.
The money that was transferred for the trolley to that now?
No, sir.
Okay.
So you said 615? And how much do we have in contingencies, let's say a storm comes and we have to start buying supplies like we did for Hurricane Irma? How much, and I think we spent about, what was it, 7 million when Hurricane Irma hit us? How much do we have in contingencies?
We don't have, as you know, we have not really had the ability, based on the revenues and the expenses, to, based on contingency. What I can say, though, is because we would probably be able to use any positive balance that came out of the final fund balance if there was an emergency, but that would be in case of an emergency, but we don't have that. That's why we have voted on the reserves, that we have not been able, and we've had to waive the reserves.
Oh, hold on one second. Alrighty, so pretty much if a storm comes, we're screwed.
There's no
No, but that's
school,
not, I mean,
it's
the reality of it
That's
is,
not how you see it.
if we expend money in cleaning up a storm, FEMA will reimburse that money. So it's not like we don't have any resources, it's just,
But we still have to spend our resources in the interim before we get that.
That the
We
same
do,
thing. That's-
That happens
but
all the
normal
time.
budget practice is not to budget for a hurricane, but you can have reserves, right? But unfortunately, where we are in terms of what we have in revenues and expenses doesn't allow for doing reserves. But as I mentioned, in the previous year, we did come in with a positive fund balance. If we just balance out, and we need to because we have an emergency, that would actually be dollars that could be allocated for an emergency.
How are we doing in terms of our collection rates with UB right now? I know we had a outstanding number. Did we make any leeway?
So we've made a couple of changes in terms of getting someone that focuses on the collections. So it is a slow process, and we have been in negotiations with a collections agency to try to see if that would help with the collections. But in terms of specific leeway, it's been very slow.
Okay. Got my notebook now. I saw that there was a new change in police. What was that? What was that total amount? Well, it decreased with the adjustment. What was
So
that about?
there was an adjustment for a commander position that is going to remain vacant.
And what's the total amount for the adjustment in the police from the last budget hearing and this one? Do you have that number? How much?
do you have a
125?
No, you gotta
microphone?
go on the
Yeah.
mic, please. So
Yeah.
on record, we can.
Anisha, scoot over.
Unless you're gonna sit with, no, I'm not gonna, unless you're gonna sit with, the deputy or something,
Yeah.
so you don't have to.
I have the
Is there-
answer. It's 125,350.
Okay, that was less than the last budget hearing.
Yes.
What other departments saw a decrease, and what was their amount?
So in Public Works, we've decreased that, but that was a salary allocation that is allocated to the Water and Sewer Fund.
What was that amount?
100,000.
And the other departments?
The other adjustments were made through the 250,000 that was put into the transportation fund.
The freebie car is what it's called.
Okay.
Yeah.
We don't have that. North Miami Beach have it. They look cool.
What free beaker?
Oh, they look nice.
So there was an allocation to have the freebie program, which is a transportation program that's become extremely popular throughout the different cities. So you can actually get assistance in transportation through the app. So there's several cities that have done that.
You add 250,000 toward that?
It's in the transportation fund.
So you moved it
we
from the
moved it,
general,
yeah,
from
to
the
make
general
room,
fund
yeah.
to the, okay.
Oh, okay.
You remove it to make room for?
For the request to partially fund some of the requests from the last budget hearing.
The 600,000, I was seeing where did they get the 600,000 that was adjusted in this budget?
That's mean if you put the freebie, you tell me that's mean less sidewalk was gonna be repaired and less streets resurfacing. Because that's we use the transportation money to do those things. Yes,
Are you using the transportation tax credit?
that's what we use for resurfacing, sidewalk repairs, and all those things. Swell improvements.
So that's the freebies,
That's
and
what-
the freebies is how
No,
much? 250?
no, that's not what.
250,000.
Okay. So if we need to cut, we can, what about Brewfest? Is Brewfest in this budget? Or is this last year?
Fest should not be in this budget. I don't believe it is.
Because how many years has it been?
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I think this is the last
Last
year. It
year.
is in this budget. It's 125. It used to be 150. This is the last year of it being in the budget.
Brewfest, 125.
And if we were to take that 125 out, we'd be in violation of contract with FIU and they would sue us, or they'd just walk away.
Or we can have the CRA pay for it.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, we do have a contract with them.
I'm just
Okay.
saying. I think the CRA is supposed to do like a
You
a
can add
festival.
that, just-
So that was it for the 600,000. That was all. So the only two departments that were impacted was police and public works.
Oh, there's some attrition across all of the departments
Okay.
of like.
But these were the ones that were significantly impacted.
Yeah.
The landscaping budget, where were we, I guess last budget year, where are we now?
We were at 50,000 and now we're at 70,000.
Where were we at the year before? Because I know we upped it.
It was 50. So
Last year was what, 10, then we upped it to 50, now it's at 70?
we up to the 50 and then now we're at 70 this year.
Okay. So there's a request for, and I know we discussed it, but definitely want to include, and I know San Souci's not in CRA, but to include the beautification efforts along San Souci Boulevard, anything that we can do to help deter the speeding there. I don't know if there's any traffic calming landscaping that we can do that may not be in violation, but definitely want to ensure that we allocate some resources for there as well. Let's see. For employee tuition reimbursement, how much is budgeted there?
50,000.
How much was it previously?
So it was 25,000. However, there's been adjustments over the years because we found that there's more people using it. So we've increased it to 50,000, which is more in line with what's being used.
Does this also allow them to get like vocational training if they wanted to, let's say, become a plumber or get their CDL license? Does that also include, or is this strictly tuition?
I'm going to defer that to the HR director.
Joseph Roglieri, Human Resources Director. Tuition reimbursement has specific guidelines about an academic field of study achieving either a bachelor's or master's degree. The other things, so that you're talking about within the Public Works Department, we support people who get their water plant operator license. So if that were to become something people were interested in, we would have other money for those purposes.
So would that be something that she would have to create administratively, or could we do that via resolution where we, you know?
So you don't need to do anything.
Okay,
We would use a trainee position, which is 5% below the normal salary, and the savings we got from that, we would use to pay for their training.
okay. I just would like to see other offerings offered so that employees who are working, if they want to get some additional initials behind their name, could be offered that as well.
I think we'll work on that.
Mhm. Bleachers for North Miami Stadium, is it in this budget?
No, it was allocated in this year, the fiscal year that we're currently in. So we budgeted all of that in this year, and we're starting the project. So that would be a rollover of funds that were not used from this year.
Is it fully budgeted? I had a young lady who was in the 9th grade when the bleachers were taken down, and she plays sports, and she said, I hope by the time it's my senior year that these bleachers are completed. It is now her senior year, and those bleachers are not completed.
I understand. I came here with that issue. It was halfway in. We are working on it. Over the summer, we brought an item to work with them to allocate the funds. So all of the monies have been allocated. The concern at this point right now is the original deal that was made for the bleachers did not consider that it was an actual full construction project. And so prior to my being here, we actually had a contract where they didn't have to fulfill giving us the bleachers. We have been going back and forth with negotiations with them. We're currently at the stage of the final agreement. I know that that's been working with legal, but we want to make sure that this agreement would result in actual final bleachers. But money-wise, it is already budgeted in this year, and we would roll over those monies so that we could pay for the project.
So we don't know when this project is getting completed. We'd have to wait for whatever legal situation to.
If we could talk offline, I'd prefer to do that rather than do that in public.
Okay, but I just want to make sure that the bleachers are fully budgeted.
And to that end, that's on my open case list, that if there's something I should know as well, I'd love to know that if there's something that I don't already know.
Well, I want to know, because I don't, but we'll talk in private, Mr. Attorney.
And I think that's it for me.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
On Councilwoman's topic there about the stadium bleachers, stadium is in the CRA. Am I incorrect? I believe the stadium is in the CRA. Right, because it's coming off the feeder of Solomia, pumping toward the. But before we adjourn tonight, if somebody could
the money's
confirm.
there. The money was allocated,
Right,
was budgeted for that.
Yeah, but I'm
If
just
the money
saying,
was budgeted, you cannot
I was gonna mention
remove it
that.
and then ask
Right,
the CRA
CRA
to
to
pay
do
for
it.
it. He was there from now.
not
Moving
knowing-
forward,
right.
you can do that.
not knowing what Mr. Kazo was about to tell us, I'm just trying to now play out to make, because I agree, that's, having that stadium rebuilt is way overdue. So I'm just trying to consider options.
I think what I was trying to convey is that we're not having a funding issue with it. So we have the money to pay for it.
Okay.
So that part is secure, and it's within this budget that we're in currently.
Okay.
So we have that.
And Mr. Kazo, what you were referencing does not affect the funding source for current.
No, it's more of a legal issue, which is why I did not want to speak about it in public. But it's more of a legal issue with the vendor. We're in the negotiations right now. I have outside legal firm working with them. There were some deficiencies in the original contract for a whole bunch of reasons that we're trying to make sure that the new contract that we're negotiating with the vendor actually requires them to complete the job. That's the most I'd like to say in public.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilman.
And the last, Mayor, if I may, on the note of salary increases for mayor and council, I'm not comfortable with the number of 300,000, especially if we're looking to eliminate services for residents right now. So I just wanted to make that clear.
What are you comfortable with?
You done? Okay.
And, okay, I hope at some point we take a recess, because I got questions and I don't want to hog everybody else's time.
Do we can we let everybody
District.
have the question answered? So after that, we can take a recess? Because, Alex, it's you.
No, I'm District
She said she have no.
She have no questions? I have a couple, but I don't know if they are requests, Madam Managers, because last time I said be fair. I don't know if I was too fair, but I wasn't here last year. So I have two buildings that are about to fall down, falling apart. And one of them is Sasso Pool, which we have gotten some requests from. The other one is Sunkist Grove. I know we're trying to piece thing it together. I'm not talking about the other parks, because I appreciate the $50,000 that was put for the cameras for the past couple of years, so I saw that. So in the other Oleander, I think there's some other stuff that I have with the CRA on there. But in terms of those two and some street repavement, I would say that the $50K that Councilman Galvin asked, if I could get that, because ours are really, really bad. And I know there's a list that Public Work has. But those two facilities, that's the only pool that we have right now until the multi-million-dollar project goes, and that's been ongoing in terms of the condition of it. So I'm not going to give a number except for the street. I will let you guys come back, because it was embarrassed. I had to tell residents, no, it's not in the. We have nothing in for Sasso, for Sasso and for Sunkist Grove. I know we did the roofing. So why can we we could say, by the time you come back, I'll let you guys give us some numbers. At least I could take to the people.
So I am going to look at Sasso, but I wanted to make a point that there is in this budget repairs for the Sasso.
Yes,
It didn't get a chance to get started, not in the budget that I'm proposing, but in this year, the 2021-2022 year, there were funds there. That's to be worked on to fix the locker rooms, as well as the drainage from the pool.
The drainage,
There's a drainage issue, not the drainage issue across the street, but there are issues in the locker room. Now, it doesn't address what we discussed in terms of, I think there's some aesthetic issues as well that you're concerned about. That wasn't there, but some of those repairs, they're all set, and we need to schedule them to get them done. But it's
so how
something
much
that
is
was
in
behind.
the budget?
For this year, it was about 32. 32,000.
200,000 or
32,000. Those are for the repairs. So just for the things that were brought up yesterday in terms of the locker room.
I think I may have to throw some numbers. Yeah, the lockers. These people have to go to Akola Lakes to swim, and I get the emails, and they just stop sending them because they think that we don't care. And I don't want to name some of the residents, but some of them used to come here. It's a little bit. We've been trying, and I'm not saying this administration. This has been ongoing, and we all know it. And that's the only pool that we do have in the city right now. It's not an Olympic-sized pool, but it's what we have. We have the winter, and we have the summer that's coming. If you go in there, it looks bad. The CRA did help out a couple of years with the facade. That looks good. The locker room is an issue, but I was hoping it was something. At least they could see some repair, some little patch up until that. But if it's 45 there, what about Sunkist Grove? Anything in there?
No, Sunkist Grove, no. And I just want to clarify that it's in this budget year that we're in now. So it wouldn't, what I'm talking about is not affecting adding more to do additional work there. So we can look at that. I'm just letting you know in terms of those specific repairs, it's something that should have gotten done in this year. It's behind on that repair because it was budgeted in this year.
Oh, so it's a carryover.
It's a carryover,
Okay.
yes, that's what I'm saying. So there's a
Got it.
carryover there.
So can we add 50 there? And then Sunkist Grove, I know the roof, did we, is that issue, was it a termite that's been repaired, or is it a
Yeah,
roof?
that was, it was more of a pest issue, so we did do a tent over it. But we did work on that already in this year.
No, I'm saying, is the roof, is the issue, it's an old building, we know that, and I'm not asking for us to build it, obviously not. But what is it that we could do in terms of to patch it up, to hold it at least the community? Because we used to have programming at that center years ago, but Parks and Rec have not done that for years, and it's sad. So the community doesn't have nothing. We used to have somebody there at night. We all used to go there, play, dominoes and different things. And I go back because when I was a park attendant, we had Marianne Ramos, who was, who was the person over the center, and then we had the park. So we have that. No, we don't have that anymore. We do have, and I did. There was 2 personnel at another center, and I'm not naming it. Did we add the additional personnel I did request at Sunkist?
So in terms of full-time, there's only one park that has the 2 full-time positions. Give me 1 second, hold on.
There's a center. That I think there was 2 in the budget that had the, 2 full-time. It wasn't equal. So that would be.
So Enchanted Forest has 2
No,
full-time.
not Enchanted. It wasn't Enchanted.
And then there's a full-time person for Joe Celestin and
Bless
one
you.
full-time person for Pepper Park.
No, the facilities.
So 1 for Joe Celestin, 1 full-time for Ben Franklin Park, 1 full-time for Sunkist Grove. There are 2 full-time for Sasso Pool.
No, well, that's the pool. I'm
What-
talking about the facilities. You have not named all of them, but go ahead. You say, okay.
1 full-time for Griffin Community Center.
Okay.
1 full-time for Cagney Park North. 1 full-time for the Penny Sugarman Tennis
Yeah.
Center.
So everybody got 1.
Yeah, 1 full-time for
Okay.
Keystone, yeah.
Okay, no, okay, so that was, because there was a couple of 2. So is it possible we could add 50 grand to Sunkist for repair? Okay, thank you.
I have-
Yes, go
I
ahead.
have a question, please. Just wanted to make sure, I think I requested programming for Griffin Center. Are there dollars set
There was
aside?
in there for programming, you had said that there was previous programming, it was actually in the budget.
Okay, just wanted to make sure on that.
I have a question about programming, since we're on Parks and Rec. I don't know if you guys remember when Parks and Rec would do their winter program guides, and you would see all the programming happening at each center.
Yep.
Where are we with programming? Because it's one thing to have employees, but do we have programs to go along with these
So
employees?
we do, we're coming, as you know, we're coming back to the programming, and we actually will be having online our fall and winter programming is coming online. You should see it by Monday, so it'll be
The
online.
guide will be by
Yeah,
Mon-
the guide.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah,
Melvin?
So it'll,
yeah, so we're having a guide,
Will
yeah.
it be
We
digital
just,
too?
I'm sorry, yeah, there's gonna be digital as well as in print.
yeah, because
yeah.
I know that was something I'm like, for me, that's what showed me all the programming that were happening.
Yeah,
at the
that's
park.
going to print, it's actually in print right now, was picked up for print. So Monday you should have that. You may have the digital a little bit sooner, but by Monday we'll have that new guide. And, it got paused for the program, when we paused programming, but we put that back. You'll get back to having those programmings on a regular basis, the guides.
And at what percentage are the programs coming back? Is it like 100% of the programs coming back, 50%, 25? Do
I
you
don't have
know?
a percentage, it's difficult for me to say, but most of the programs that we used to have on here are coming back.
So like the Sew and Sues will be back, and they're gonna be doing their quilts. Like and I know you said it's going to print, but if we can see that so we know it's properly budgeted. Thank you.
Can I reclaim my time? What she say? I think Sunkist, we talked to Sasso, we talked street and pavement. How much is in that the pot of money for all of us, how is it divided? Is it evenly, or is it based on the assessment of the recommendation from PW?
It's based on the recommendation from PW. Are you talking about like the resurfacing?
Yeah.
So I do have a plan. Let me pull that for this.
See, that with plans, my district always, for some reason, left behind. So I want to know right now how much we all allocated, so we know, so we don't get left
So it's
behind.
not by dollars, but for District 4, for the resurfacings, Northwest 121st Street between North Miami Avenue to Northwest 2nd Avenue. Northwest 121st Street
County,
from 7,
that's not,
no,
New District 4.
North.
that's new District 4. I'm talking about, let's go back to the old
I'm
District 4.
gonna,
No, man. No, I know what
Can I read through this?
Can I get a copy of that, please?
Yes, I wrote on this, but do we have the 5 Yeah, we have copies. Northwest
I love all the
121st
people.
Street.
Oh, Nikki, God bless.
What's going on with everybody in their sneezes tonight?
Northwest 121st Street from 7th to 8th Avenue.
We did that. We did that.
No, there's some additional that needs to
120?
happen.
Whistler, that was 120?
That was 120, I believe.
Okay.
And then Northwest 128th Street from 13th to 15th Avenue. Northwest 128th Street from 7th to 8th Avenue. And Northwest 130th Street from 10th to 13th Avenue. Those are what we have as proposed locations for District 4.
Can we, there's a couple, I think, what, Mr. Director, oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was 2. Okay.
What's the total for this?
It's 240,000 based on what the proposed locations that you have on here. And we just talked about having some
Adding some
increases, so
more.
that'll have space to add additional places in here.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If this is $240,000, this list here, does it include any monies that might come from the CRA for these same projects or additional projects?
No, I don't know that. I can't answer if the CRA, there are some areas in here that qualify for CRA, but each year we try to do something for each of the districts. So there are some that could qualify as a CRA resurfacing.
Right. So the reason I bring that up is because I brought up Keystone District 1 earlier. Keystone's not in the CRA, so everything that comes along that's CRA, that's wonderful, that we do, the majority of District 1 or a large swath of District 1 can't participate and gets nothing out of it. So the reason I was looking to add some more, just from my perspective, is because we can't take any money from the CRA for that area. Maybe it can be used on, Northeast 16th Avenue or something like that, but it can't be used in Keystone. So that's my mindset, is trying to make up for what they're not allowed to access. Anyway, they can't access the home programs, rehabilitation, dollars, facades. Nothing CRA can be touched by Keystone. So I was trying to be return a little bit to them.
Real quick, Madam Manager. With my district, a lot of these are west of 95, and the folks usually let me know. So the area between Northeast 2nd, all the way up to 95, which is include the Alhambra Height neighborhood, and then there's an area we have always, and I hear it all the time from, I usually like to say 143rd Street, in that little area. Mr. Mayor, I don't know how we, by, yeah, that's us. Well, I know the precinct of 133, the fire station where they are. So the little area that's in there, because the chief, the chief's not here, okay. We usually drive around there because they always complaining that they don't get no service from us in their roads from 142nd and Northwest 5th. So behind, that little area.
From 135th to
From
143rd.
So I just call it, what's the school? Thomas Jefferson, south of that area.
At I-95 East.
Yeah. So I don't know, the list. I think a lot of our money should be going on, with going for the folks, for those areas, so. Okay, the street, so 50, Keystone, I'm wrapping up, Mr. Mayor. Sassel 50, and then we say the street will add the 50. So would we identify with Whistler, the other areas with you?
Yeah,
Okay.
so what we can do is we can just identify them and then we'll go to those areas for those increase.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for, as of now, and I do agree with the raise, that the number, I'm fluctuating, whichever number it was, whatever the number is. But I would say, this on that, we work a lot. So, and we work fast in terms of, what we do. So in terms of whatever the consensus is, in terms of the amount, I'm okay with, but I do think that it, should have been noted in here. The amount, I'm fine with. If it's 3, that's why I asked Council Member Timothy, what is your proposal? If you can't say you don't, it's high, but what is that number?
I'd like to put something on the
Yes.
record as well. I'd be the first to say, and I say it all the time, it's not a part-time job, it's not a
No.
full-time job, it's a all-the-time job.
Yeah.
But tonight, I knew that as much as it sounded good to lower the millage rate, that it wasn't responsible. So, if the majority is there, that's fine, but I'm not gonna be in support, but I understand the work that we do, I do. I understand the work that we do, but I'm just not in support of
Well,
an increase.
I think Keys at one point when we did it, I think they were talking about they could keep their salary, so that's fine. I mean, I'm in support if I will take it for my district, the salary, but I am in support of it, in favor of it. But if I respect, if a council member don't want to participate, they could give it to District 4, because I know I work, so hey, I'll take it. I ain't doing no,
Is
but
that what we're doing now?
No, I'm just
If
saying-
somebody's not voting on something,
No,
then
I thought you were
when
saying
we
give it
no,
away.
I'm saying when we do that, now we
Timothy,
can
are
take
you-
other people's fund.
no, I'm saying
Just
well, if
asking.
it don't pass, it don't pass. But
Yeah.
I'm saying council member might want to give hers away. Council member Timothy, if you would, I'll take it. But that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not looking to open up World War III of
No.
council salaries. But if we're gonna talk salaries, I bet
Yes, we
there's some
do.
new
That's true.
positions in here that have been
That I agree.
created that probably don't rank as needed as some of the others.
I second
So,
that.
looking at this, the chart of salaries, council members would come in, at the administrative assistant level. And, administrative assistant levels aren't 24/7 jobs like council is. That was my mindset, is just trying to bring council salaries up more in line with what a mid-high position would be.
I have a
Not-
friendly
not
amendment.
coming in
We'll
saying
come back,
should make
we can come back with reductions
$250,000
and look
like
at that,
the
and then we
manager
can
or something.
see if that,
Well, if we're gonna
goes
do it
with the
tonight,
total
I have a friendly amendment. I don't know if that would get support. The number that Councilman Galvin throw, I actually, if we do it 16,000 evenly across, where is that?
when you say 15,000, he did it by 3,000,
He did 36, so I'm
Do
saying
36.
if it's half of that,
oh, 15.
not 15. Yeah.
some-
So that would get us to
It would bring it down
Okay.
significantly. I can look up, I'll bring 2 numbers and
Okay.
2 options after our break.
Okay.
Because just to clarify, what Councilman Galvin proposed was a $50,000 bump to each salary?
No.
No, it was a
36.
36,000.
Yeah.
The number was 300,000.
Well, because
It's
when you
6.
do the salary, there's a required match in the fringes. So it's the
That's
cost to
So
the cities.
if it's not salary and it's,
Yes.
I want to say utilities. If it's not salary, but it is phone and it is gas, do you need to make the same?
Yeah,
It
because
has to be
it's all
salary, yeah.
it's all considered a salary. So that is used towards calculating because it comes into your check and your cost.
Does that does those go into FRS? Those. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that
I didn't-
because there's a it's a different contribution
I
amount
see.
to the FRS. So then
Okay.
your fringe is a little bit higher than a
Different.
normal fringe, but because there's like a term, it's
Mhm.
different, right? Like somebody could be working at the city for 25, 30 years, right? But you all have term limits. So in order to have some kind of fair equity into your
Mhm.
to your retirement, that percentage that we contribute is higher.
Okay, so the 16, yeah, I get that. So I'm okay with that. Are we gonna talk about the big thing after the break, or I think Councilman Galvin has, because we didn't address it yet, or are we gonna let them address that? This, wasn't that the salary of the employees?
I'm interested to see what staff does and comes back with. You know,
Okay.
if we needed to get in there, if you had to say, Scott, right now, you have to start eliminating things, I would be
That's what I'm saying.
eliminating new administrative, not existing, but new that we were looking to add. So if we're trying to come up with $300,000 and we have 2 new people that were gonna come in, brand new, hire at 150 each, well, don't hire those positions, and now we've got the money we need for X. But that's, if they've got another vision, I'm willing to.
Well, before that, Councilman, what is the increase, not increase, I'm not talking about the merit pay and all of those, the COLA. What is the amount that we are, I don't know, reclassifying folks, whatever that we have done? What is that total amount for this year of employees?
Wait, I'll have to get back to you. I'll do that all
Please
in
do,
the calculation.
because I think that will set the tone in terms of, you were saying, council member, you're not in favor of 36. It could have been 50, because I think if you see that number, and then when you see the appendix E, the ranges that I look at, it's not equitable, especially for the older employees. And the last request, I'll say, the street team, the city clean street team, those are the people who goes out and clean every day. They have been at $15 an hour, and they are part-time for the past, since the program started. If we cannot get them to 18 tonight, I think we need World War II or 4. Wherever. So please see what we can do, because that's what we are talking about when we talk about the people on the street doing what they do. Because I see folks, and I'm not naming folks, that used to make 90 is now almost near 165. They're not direct, not so that right there. And then we talk about charging the resident. That's always been my problem. I don't mind charging the resident stuff, but we cannot be increasing the stuff with the salaries and stuff like that. And then it seems like it's not equitable. It's not the folks that's been here, and that's a conversation that we could have privately. But looking at it's folks who's been there longer. I don't know if they need to get out the whatever pay thing that they need to go up higher, but somebody with less experience would just come in making 3 times, then that's another, those are my only concern there. But I did say the street team, if they could get a little bump, I would appreciate that. You did too? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So thank you, ma'am.
Do you have an answer to balance your budget with everything that?
We need a recess so we can go back through all the numbers.
Okay, another question. Let's go to the surplus taxes. How much money are we putting aside for sidewalks and street resurfacing? Can you give us a
240,000.
detail of that money? How much?
The number's
How much
200
it is?
It's 240,000.
No. Total. How much are we getting? And give me a breakdown on how much we are spending on that half cents and the surplus taxes. A breakdown.
So the total budget of the transportation surtax is 3.1, personal services is 519, operating expenses is 1.4.
Wait,
Three
please.
point 1,519,000.
3.1 million for what?
For 3.1 in the half-cent transportation surtax fund.
For? Oh, 3.1 total, sorry.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
519 spent on personnel services. There's also page 332 in your book. 1.4 in the operating expenses. 17
1.4,
operating expenses.
like what?
Like if I have to do a maintenance for something, if I have to do trucks. I know that in this budget, I believe this budget still also has the trolleys.
What was the page again?
332.
The Nomi Trolley Express.
In the 1.4,
That would be part of the operating expenses.
how much money is put aside for operating expenses for the transportation, for the trolleys?
I would have to ask Whistler in terms of the trolley specifically.
How much for resurfacing sidewalks in those?
So the trolley's $1 million. The transportation management is $592,000. The trolley cost $1 million.
Mm-hmm. No money for sidewalk, for street repaving,
That was the $240,000.
Isn't it
for only that? Out of $3.1 million transportation?
Hold on, let me ask Whistler.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Whistler Pierre Lewis, Public Works Director. Yes, for resurfacing, we have $240,000 budgeted and $400,000 for the street improvements,
For what?
which would cover sidewalks and things of that
How much
nature.
for 400?
400,000.
Plus the 240.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Wasn't sidewalks
3.1.
500 once upon a time?
The funds for sidewalks fluctuate. It's typically been proposed in that range. There have been times when the council has increased the funds that would be dedicated to
be at
sidewalks in the
500.
past.
Let me ask you a question. Without the trolley, how much was the budget for the free buses?
I'm sorry? The trolley is about,
1 million.
yes,
the
out
city
of the
manager said.
1.4 of
But
the
previously,
operating.
how much it was for the other buses?
It fluctuates. It's been between 700,000, sometimes 800,000 that we've been operating the Nomi Express with.
That's when it's 200 add for the trolley. No, for administration and gas operation, maintenance and things
No,
like
but
that.
what he was asking was that Charlie replaces the Nomi Express. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We got an update this week that the trolleys will be delivered by March of next year.
But that's a different conversation because the routes, the timing, they don't come on time. So yeah. And,
I don't think your mic.
That's
Right.
different then.
yeah, no, I know.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. And Councilmember Irving and I, we went to Europe. That's part of the stuff that we're talking about, the connectivity of some cities. But that's something that TPOs could work on. But in terms of, all right,
Another
thank
question. In the city clerk department, you add another position?
There was an increase, so that could be an increased part-time.
Or not a new position? Not a new full-time position?
No.
Oh. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Through to staff, during the break, I don't know, is there a list of the new positions you're suggesting be hired?
Or change of section of rate?
Yes. We can get that too.
Okay, Yeah, yeah. I want to let you
Okay.
guys do what you need to do.
But we're gonna take a break, and when we come back, we're gonna have to think about the millage too. Huh?
We can reconsider it if we need to.
Yeah.
Mayor, prior to going on break, do you want to open for a public hearing?
May I do something, please? Oh, before we go to recess, we didn't have a chance to go to open public hearing on the budget. Let's open public hearing before moving forward. Public hearing is open on the budget. Public hearing is open on the budget. Public hearing is now closed. Thank you very much.
How long will the recess be, Mayor?
20 minutes? Is that too much?
About 30 minutes.
30 minutes, thank you.
Yes.
It is now 8:09. We'll be back here at 8:39.
Can I use your pen? Can I use your pen? Vanessa, can I use your pen? But
You didn't do it on 16. You had a reserve in 16.
Let's get the thing going.
Miguel.
No, I know. No, we fixed that. You're gonna be watching this stuff. I read this stuff in the narrative. And you're like, tell me shit. No, let me tell you something about me. I read all of it. And that's how I go into the community with that. I know who don't read though. It's a whole bunch of it's a whole bunch of them up there, you know, hey, you gotta Lord, I might as well be in trouble. Are we ready? I wanna ask you a question. Where's Nikki, I saw the man from
Oh, it's in your bag. It's in the drawer. No.
That's what I was saying.
Terry.
It's 9:39. We are back in session for our second budget hearing. Madam Clerk can
Councilman Scott Galvin.
begin.
Councilwoman Timothy.
Here.
Councilwoman Estimate Irvin.
Present.
Vice Mayor Desilme.
Here.
Mayor Bieneme.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum to proceed.
Thank you very much. When we left, we were at tab J.
We were on tab J.
Okay. And Madam City Manager, do you have?
So when we took the recess,
Give me a second.
we went back for,
I can get a copy of the agenda. Where's the agenda?
Oh, I don't, wait a minute.
No, that's the old one.
Oh, there's a new one?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
so just prior to the recess, we went back to work on two separate options that were presented. We made additions. There's option one to make an addition of $50K to resurfacing in D1, 50,000 resurfacing in District 4, so that would be added to those projects. A $50K increase to Sasso Pool for repairs, as well as a $50,000 increase to Sunkist Grove facility, as well as option one, which was the increase of $347,000. That represents the $3,000 a month increase on mayor and council salary. And that would give a total of $547. In order to facilitate that option, we would freeze 5.5 positions and allocate $200,000 from ARPA, giving us a total of $566. That's option one. Option two, which was all of the four projects that I previously just stated, plus $173,000. That represents a $15K, which is about $1,200 a month increase. Sorry, $18 a month increase. That was a total of $373, and we would freeze 3 positions for a total of $173 in savings, and ARPA contribution of $200,000.
The 373 is going where?
The 373 is 173 on the mayor and council salary, and the 200K is for the D1 resurfacing, D4 resurfacing, D4 Sasso Pool, and D4 Sunkist Grove.
Okay, as far as the thing that we asked also, you didn't come up with any option for tab C, reconsideration of the millage?
I have numbers in terms of what that would represent in terms of a reduction.
That was thing on the table that you have to work with.
So there was a I think the request was to see about something between 7.5 and 7.3. At 7.4, that would be a $297,000 decrease in revenue.
Okay. At 7.3?
At 7.4.
Yes.
7.4.
Yes, it's 297. 7.3, do we know how much that would be?
Well, that was rejected, so it was
Got
to
it.
go in between.
Okay, thank you.
So
I
but the
forgot about
7.3 was 875, correct? Or
How
was
much
that?
it?
So it's about 875, but there's a different percentage to the general fund. The other part affects the CRA.
Okay.
So what I'm calculating here
Is
is how
the-
much you lose from the general
city.
fund.
How much
Okay.
you lose?
Can I ask another question? The
Wait a
se-
minute. How much you lose from the city?
That's about 500,000.
500,000.
And 300 from the CRA.
And 300 from the
Well,
CRA.
you just have the time to,
Time to,
297.
sorry, 600,000.
From the CRA.
No, from the general fund.
City.
There's an additional, but that's not in my calculations because I was calculating what the effect is to the general fund.
got it.
That means about 600 from
To
your
the-
side
Yes,
at 7.3.
at 7.3.
Okay.
Oh,
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
The 7.4, the 297, what does that calculate to savings to the actual residents? So an average household side would save how much for the year? If it's at the 7.4, the
1%.
297, what is the actual savings to the resident? Is it like,
per 100,000.
It's like 7 point, or per each $100,000.
Yeah.
It's not much, but
It's not
what
much,
is it
but
like? So what is the
it
dollar
something
amount?
the same as the county? The
Yeah.
county is $17 total. That's when whatever we do, it's something for the people.
Now, I just want to know what's the dollar amount in savings to the actual residents based off an average household size?
that was not calculated, but if you can
It's
give me a
what if
minute,
we-
we can do it, but it's basically the 7.4 per each $100,000.
So that's
And the-
74?
So I can't do average because it's by the $100,000 of their
Per-
home.
If
So
you
So
have
if
it
it's
for-
200,000,
yeah,
then it's
so if
like,
it's 200,000, you save 14.
If it's
yeah,
500,000, you
so you
save
have to do it,
50
you take the
something.
mill
Yeah.
per each $100,000 of what's owed.
So the-
Well, not not
Assessed
owed, but what's
value,
worth on the
whatever
house.
it is,
Yeah.
so it could be a very, like, I know it's a significant impact to the city, but it could be a very minimal impact to the resident, is what I'm trying to
Don't.
get at. No, I know it's a
Okay.
savings, but I just want to know what that
Yeah,
dollar
but,
amount
but
is.
you see
per-
on the paper, when you say 1%, it can be 14. It's the same thing. When you increase it by 7% and 8%, you said it's about $7. That's when it's like plus 7 minus 7 is 0. That's when it's putting money in people's pocket.
No, yeah, I just want to know what that average, or even if it's a 200, at 200, what would the average saving be for the year?
As the manager is calculating this, you know, my approach to this is, as we, you know, as we do what we do as public servant, we propose here stuff that's gonna go up to the people. So I don't know what we could do or what the mileage rate will be to even offset that. So that's what I'm saying, whatever that we said, even if it's $5 or $10, that's something I could go out and say, at least, you know, and it has nothing to do with no politics, because it's the real truth in terms of what we do. The number one issue that, well, at least I hear, is the folks always feel like they're not getting service, and our job as government is to provide service and provide something. And we always, thank you, we're always saying that we are, because that's what we do, we provide services and stuff, which we do. But how do we equate that, and especially at this particular time? So there are folks who it's really, really hard. $10, it's nothing to us, but to somebody to take an Uber, it's something. So I think we need to think, you know, in those terms, that whatever that we think we could do to help, we just, you know, we put it out there.
No, and I hear you, Vice Mayor, but what I'm saying is, if we're going to provide any savings to our residents, let's provide in a place where they will feel the impact of the service. So we know right now the utility bill is something that residents scream about.
Yeah.
And it's the reason why you created the Emergency Utility Assistance Program that we're trying to, you know, ensure has funding so that can provide, you know, relief to our residents. That's why there's LIHEAP that also helps people with their utility bill. What I'm saying is, if we're going to say, hey, we want to provide savings to the residents, let's do it in a way so that they can actually feel it. Like, I would rather a $100 credit to their utility bill by using ARPA fund or whatever it is than saying,
I'm with that.
hey,
Anything.
reducing the millage rate and they're only going to feel a $7 savings throughout the year. That's why I want that number on record based off a $200,000 home. What will that saving be for the year? Because if it's going to cost us $240,000, why not divide that by 50,000 and give everyone a credit to their utility bill, like we've done in the past?
You done with the calculation? Reduce the millage by 2%. That's
What is the cost
7.2.
per saving? Mhm.
Even though we know there is no $200,000
We'll come back to
home
that.
in
No,
the
she said a
plan.
$300,000 home.
We'll come back to that.
300,000 is about $21.
For the year?
But she just stated that the water was increased by $5, and people are crying and said we increased the water bill
No.
by
it-
$5. Okay, that's when it's not
By
how-
$5 for
it's
the
not
year?
the amount.
No.
$5 a month.
No. So it's not $5 for the year. What's the amount for the year? Let's look at the total amount to the year. Let's compare apples to apples. So a $300,000 value home, it's a $30 saving per year.
Yes.
And so if we were to do a $50 credit to the utility bill, how much would that cost?
But we did that. How many people?
No. I'm
get
just
it?
saying, how much would it cost? We know it was like about $250, but
It will affect residential. If you lower your millage, it will affect commercial and residential throughout the city.
but Mayor, the residents won't feel $30,000.
It's just
$30.
if few residents gonna
No,
come here and get
but
the
it's a
$50.
significant impact
That's
to the
up to
city.
you. That's
But
my
a-
that's
no,
my
no, it's your,
proposal.
and my proposal is
Yes.
let's give it to somewhere where they're going to feel it.
Okay,
Where they're
we
going to
can do
see a
both.
saving.
Let's do both at
no,
the same time.
because your budget can't afford
That's
it.
not. But that's not. Listen.
Don't leave
that's-
people here because you on your way out. Don't leave people here to fix the mess that you're going to create tonight.
Okay. Okay. That's when you're telling me you're gonna keep the millage, you're gonna increase the sanitation by $75, and we're still gonna have 15%.
It's not what we're going to
on
do. It's
water
what
and
this
sewer.
council is going to decide.
No, we add
but
that.
the decisions that you make tonight affects the future.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. Because my thing is we can't keep adding, and we're not
But
increasing
we've been
revenue.
asking money for
no,
employees. You've been asking for
Yes,
you've been asking for to add positions. That's what we've been asking.
No. What I said is let's assess the position.
And you said you need
and
more
I said,
sidewalk. We need more things for the
That's what this
people.
whole entire council has said.
And you're talking about landscaping. You're talking about people.
That's
some
what the
people,
people need.
But some people worry about how much they're
And
paying
I agree
from
with you,
their
Mayor.
pocket.
That's why they gave us
They
ARPA.
can take care of their
That's why they gave us
landscaping.
ARPA.
Yes.
Let's fill the gap with ARPA. We got how much left? 1.3 million. Let's fill the gap, and then next year we'll decide what we do.
It's a
We
bit
have
under
1.3 with ARPA.
How much
No,
money?
but
How much
somewhere
money
close
is
to a
left?
mil. Close to $1 million.
So let's fill
But
the
if
gap
you
with
added
ARPA.
these, you'd be here. So
If we are, what happened?
it would be $1 million.
If what?
Well, you're going down to 800,000. I said $1 million earlier today.
Oh, because you used
Yeah,
200.
that's right, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So, if I may, so we have so there's two proposals on the floor. We are exploring the millage rate and the water thing. Decreasing, council member, is that what we're hearing? The water decreasing?
I'm saying if we're going to provide relief, if we want to provide relief
Which is
to the
the goal.
residents right now, where do we? Let's compare apples to apples. You have the question of the millage rate on the table. That's one.
That's one.
But you have another option of providing direct relief right now to people who are suffering and complaining about the utility bill. So why not say, hey, let's address the one that everyone is crying about, everyone is screaming about right now,
How
and
do
leave
we-
and leave the millage rate where it's at. That's
The-
what I'm proposing.
Okay, my only thing is with that, the last time we tried that, the process, it had nothing to do with us up here. The process did not go, well. So whatever that we decide to do, we just have to make sure that even it's even across, or it was, people had to come and apply for the credit. So at the end of the day, we don't really know because people didn't know, we didn't do the outreach. If there's a way that we could do it where it's offset, because the money that we have in the thing with the NomiFest amount for the water bill. It's been 4 years, we have not even had a program to even talk about a process in terms of how do people apply for it. So I like the sound of more for the residents is how do we get there? And the process, because that's also important to me. So I would take both options. The more we reduce, the less, but we still haven't, are we gonna talk about, or is this leaving this as is right now to find the money? Does this leave as is, or?
No, the way she
The salaries.
calculated,
Oh, it's everything, okay.
it's leave it the salary is the way it is.
That's fine, as long as the people, see, I don't really mind if people are getting something, but the people are getting something too. That's my bottom line. I've been saying it consistent for the past few years. So, and I have never, prior managers or you go and talk about, different counts, I talk about my needs, and as we know, so I'm okay with if we reducing everything, but if we putting something out there for the folks, I'm with it. If it's both, I'm with it too. I would rather it to everything, but whatever we could do, let's do what we do. But this is, again, so we are not, so we had left it to administration, and they come back with this proposal. So whichever direction.
Are you gonna touch this?
Well, no, I mean, I'm not
Okay.
touching people. As long as we find money for the people and it's something, significant, because it's like we can't, the problem is we can't reduce the millage rate too much because we're using the money. And what are we using the money for? For people, employees. Let's just put it there. So that's the problem. So you do need the employees to
Provide services.
well, some of the services, but the people don't feel like they are providing the services. That's my problem when they don't feel it. So how do you, it's more people, it's more administration, it's more this, it's more that, and that's been ongoing. So if we're gonna address it, I'm glad we could do that right now. Let's do what we do. I'm sorry, Councilman.
Madam Manager,
Sure.
you said you have 800,000 left in ARPA.
Yes.
I would propose that we find a program and, have the CRA come in and assist too, because I know they were assisting with utility payment assistance, and come up with a number to address the utility assistance issue that we're having. And how much is set aside right now in the emergency utility assistance fund? Do we have a number?
I believe the number is about 60,000, if I'm not mistaken.
So we have
60?
$60,000 in the bank account right now.
No. It has to be way more.
It might be more, but I know
Oh.
we got 60 from this past event. Let me ask Miguel to go up to tell you what was on there.
Yeah,
Can we,
it's-
Madam Manager,
Listen,
can you have the?
wait, please. Let's come back.
Let me
That's
confirm.
another plan. We're not there yet. Let's working on the budget. Let's finish with the budget,
Right,
then we
so-
would work on
So
something
I
else.
would be in
Yes.
agreement with Councilwoman Timothy the sentiment here, I think, that from all of us is to make sure we impact our residents.
Yes, somehow.
Somehow. So that's the sentiment. I think I definitely like the argument that lowering the millage rate is not going to have that impact that we're looking to have to the residents. So if we can use those opera funds to go ahead and impact the residents, I would be more supportive of that. So how could we impact the residents, and how would we do that? And is there a way that everybody can automatically get, the Vice Mayor mentioned,
Something.
instead of them coming to apply, can it just be something that is automated, that everyone gets whatever credit that they're supposed to get?
So we have about $170,000.
In the emergency utility assistance fund?
Yes, and then we have about 22,000 residential accounts.
Okay.
So
Right, residential accounts. Okay.
yeah, so a $50 credit to that is about 1.1 million.
Okay. 1.1 million. Will we be able to find those dollars?
People they're not asking. People are not
Is
asking
the-
for a favor.
I have a question. Is the money from Waste Pro included in that number? Because I know Waste Pro also puts funding.
Yes, because that's what goes in there, yes.
So, and how much is Waste Pro committed to the emergency utility assistance fund? Is it 50, the 50K?
How much they say, yeah.
I think it was
I
about
think
50.
it's 25, but I'm not sure if it's annual, so
25?
let me,
It's
let me
Solomia
ask,
was
let
supposed
me,
to
let
be
me have
some money.
Crystal come up, because I'm not sure if it's actually annual.
It was supposed to
The
be
finance
annual,
director
I
is shaking
think.
his head. He might want.
He probably knows, maybe he does.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I have questions when we get
Miguel Augustin, Finance Director. It's 25 a year.
25 a year we're getting from Waste Pro for the.
Waste Pro.
25,000. Can we speak in full numbers? Because
25,000.
It's 22 and it's 25 and it's 3. We have 108, and I want to make sure. Right.
$25,000 a year.
So
US
and,
dollars.
and how much have they already contributed?
So
in
far,
total.
50,000.
So
They've done
50,000.
2 years.
So 2 years. So that's where that 175,000 for the.
I don't think
107, not 175.
it's 170.
No, she said 175.
170.
You say 170?
Yeah,
Madam City
170.
Manager,
My number is 170.
Yeah,
170?
170.
$170,000 in the emergency.
See, utility
Right,
assistance
'cause
fund.
we're speaking all sorts of shorthand right now.
$170,000 in the utility fund account.
And how much of that has been utilized this fiscal year?
None has been utilized.
No, well, and that was the issue.
problem.
Didn't we utilize 900 the other day, or we just gave?
900?
Well, I know. I've been begging for a program.
$900, not $900,000.
Oh, $900. Not
Yeah,
that.
no, $900.
We gotta speak.
I was good.
You gotta speak it.
Well, I did. I said 900.
900,000 or $900?
No, 900. We don't have no 900.
Don't even
We
say
have a
900,000
170.
compared to 170. That's taxes.
We've been begging for a process.
That was resolved because it was a leak, so it
Oh,
didn't come
okay.
out of that. So you have those funds there.
Okay, so we have something.
Is that that's the constituent vote?
yeah.
Okay.
That's the Know Me First account. We'll
Okay,
call
are we done?
I have another question about Waste Pro, but you can go ahead, sorry.
That's okay. All right, if we use ARPA money to create this reduction fund, you have a name for it? Whatever you wanna-
Whatever we call it. Let's just call it residence.
Cassandra Timothy fund. But if we create the ARPA, are we gonna get in trouble for quote-unquote underwriting the utility bills again like we
Well,
did with the
if
state
you-
the last time? If
Are you
we
allowed to
artificially lowered those in all the other years, are we gonna get in trouble and they're gonna say, well, you're artificially lowering them again?
We're gonna work with our consultants on that because there's some nuances to how
What the
you can
funds-
use funds.
That's
So
what
there was
COVID really
an
got.
allowance
ARPA
for
funds.
programs,
Mhm.
right? So if you can create programs to assist the community,
Take 2 years.
so.
With
No,
ARPA?
but you also subsidize salaries with ARPA, correct?
That's a specific thing that they tell you that you can do with ARPA.
So that's what I'm saying, like if you were to use
Well,
regular
So there's
general
either,
funds.
so they had specific things you can do, and then they had programs that you could create. So there's not a specific, I can reduce the utility, but there are programs you could create that help the community. So we would create the program, and then we go and see if it can qualify.
No, I understand, because in this budget, you
Now you're talking
use
about
800,000 from
qualification.
ARPA for
Yes,
parks, right?
because
You know how many
ARPA
people are gonna
specifically
come
allows
and-
you to do that, and you don't have to create a program. So it had so what happened is that they told you some specific things you can do to bring back positions that you cut in COVID, and we had cut the part-timers. So we were able to do that because that's very specific of what it allows you to do. Then they say that you can create qualifying programs for helping the community in other areas. It's either, you have to call it either like a social welfare, economic, there's different areas. So I believe it could be created. I do not want to say 100%.
You just have to come.
I just need to work on what we can do with our consultants. But we were gonna provide utility assistance in one of the programs
I think you
already.
probably said
So I
no.
think if it's done the way that program was originally going to be, then we could probably get that done.
Madam Manager, did you have another question? Because I was gonna go in.
Yeah, you, with the utility bills, if we have, you said 22,000 residential accounts, if you're a tenant inside of a duplex or something like that, you're not gonna recognize any reduction because your landlord will. Is that accurate?
I'm gonna ask Miguel to respond to that.
Miguel Augustin, Finance Director. So it's the account holder So if we have the account with the tenant, then they'll benefit from it. If it's an account with the owner, then they'll benefit from it.
Okay. I just wanted to sort of get that out there because then people might hear this and say, oh my God, I'm gonna get a reduction. And in fact, just because the landlord gets it doesn't mean pass it on to the person who's in the house.
No, it's with the account holder.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some questions. Madam Manager, I'm looking at the Waste Pro contract. The $120,000 that is budgeted for the Assistant Director of Sanitation at the city, is that being utilized?
Yes, it is.
Hold on, some more. The $352,000 each year to go towards the city's clean city task force, is that being utilized as well?
Yes.
The $50,000 that is going to the renewal to the city's emergency utilities fund and the NOMI food pantry, is that being utilized? Is that reflected in this budget?
Yeah, those are in the budget.
And then the $10,000 annually towards swell beautification, have we tapped into that every year?
Then I would have to get back to you on the 10,000.
So this is section 5.3, $10,000 annually
for beautification.
towards swell
You know,
beautification.
they did that project on Arch Creek East one time. You know,
But no, they
yeah,
budgeted
that's the
annually.
10,000, yeah.
So are they giving us that $10,000 in swell beautification every year?
They finance a project.
They've been giving it, yes, to finance projects.
But we haven't, so not every project we've financed. I'm looking at where we can find savings. And then I guess, do they give this to the North Miami Educational Foundation? The 1,250?
Yes.
Okay. So just the question of the swell.
Okay, are we done? Are we done? Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
We have
No,
that.
I had asked the question about the percentage of, were you guys able to work that out, the salary increases, how much that was, not the COLA, not the, from just the promotion, in the last few months, the whatever change of positions, did we see how much that was? Oh, I could name some. I don't want to do that right now, but we could go, because I don't want to put nobody's name out there, but, yeah.
Sorry, I misconstrued your question, so I can look at the sheet and I can calculate it.
Okay. I'm saying whatever that was in the last 2 months or so, 3 months or so, whatever promotion, whatever special,
No, I have it. We're going
Okay.
to calculate it.
thank you.
Are we done? Okay.
So what are we
Okay,
doing?
the question before moving forward, Madam City Manager. You said if we lower the millage by 7.3%, how much money the general fund gonna be, you're gonna have to find?
You said to 7.4?
7.3.
7.3, that's 297 times 2. So just under 600,000.
Okay, 600,000. That's mean if it's 7.4, it's 300,000, right? That's you're gonna have to, okay. And as far as the salary, right? As far as the salary increase, what it is?
She'll get back to us. That's the question.
No, for the,
Which salary?
for mayor and council.
Mayor and
The-
council.
Oh, it was two proposals.
There's two. The first option, which is at the 3,000 a month, that was 347,000.
What do you
And
mean,
then-
3,000 and 36,000 each?
Yes.
Okay. And, okay. There's two things on the table before we move forward to the full budget. Is first of all, to reconsider the tab C as the millage, and secondly, the salary. I don't know, we gotta come up with a compromise, so, and
Is the
if people feel that,
is the 7.4, that's where we at, right? We say
No,
Right
we
now
got
we're at
7.5. Yeah.
Oh, okay, we back at
The
7.5.
proposed, no, that's the proposed. I'm talking about we consider tab C because it passed at 7.5.
Madam Manager or Assistant Manager, when you guys went up there, did you guys calculate it at 7.4 just in case?
So I calculated what the difference is, the
Okay.
297,000.
I see.
What do you mean, 297?
So we calculated the difference, like
In
what.
both options.
Yes, so, well, the
Yeah.
only option I had was the 7.4.
No, I'm saying in both scenarios, you had option one and
No,
option
I had
two.
not yet, because it's just it was a question what the number
I see.
was.
So you'll have to go back and.
Yeah,
got it.
so we
Okay.
would look for 297
Okay,
For at
in addition to
7.4.
those options.
okay, got it.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Mhm.
Okay. As we sat back down after break, you presented two scenarios to us, one with the 4 projects and the $3,000 council salary increase, and then you said you'd freeze 5 positions, and then the other one was 3 positions. Were both of those options at the 7.5 millage rate?
Yes,
Yes, they were at the 7.5 millage
that
rate.
was my
Okay.
question.
So if we lower it to 7.3 right now, how do you come up with the new money you're missing?
We would have to, we were gonna
Take a
look
break.
towards going to ARPA.
Okay.
You will what?
We would have looked to ARPA and see where we can put it in other places, because I can't, so that's the only dollars that we have available.
So
Yeah,
if
but that's why you went and find out the money. That was a part of the discussion.
It wasn't part of the discussion at the meeting. The meeting was just asking what the difference was in each of the millage. So now that it's been presented that that's what
That's
you
when you're
want to
gonna
do.
you gotta go back. You need another recess for that?
If the
I
vote
don't,
passes.
no, I'm just gonna do ARPA. I mean, at this point, the budget's really, it's been tight. So what we have left is the 800,000. And so we would put another 300,000.
What
From
you
that.
don't you're gonna put 300,000 from. We've been working with the CRA, I don't know. How much money we're gonna go to the CRA if we lower that?
I didn't do,
Offset the CRA's budget.
I didn't calculate the CRA's
that's not a
budget. I
good idea.
calculated the general fund budget. They will have a reduction, but it's not the same
That's mean
number.
yours is more?
Our reduction's more. We have a tentative calculation of 134,000 for every mill to CRA as well.
One last question.
Reduction to the CRA?
Right, so when the millage rate includes money that both the city and the CRA
yeah.
receives. So that means when you ask for a millage decrease, I go back, I figure out the millage decrease, and then I have to calculate from the difference in the additional millage, the increment, the tax increment, and then there's a number for them and a number for us. So the change affects both. You may have to have another CRA meeting.
So then.
At 7.4, it's $297,000, right?
To the city, yes.
Okay.
And what about, we don't know the CRA's number.
We
It's
don't know.
about 134, but I don't want to
okay.
speak for the CRA, but it's 134,000.
First
That's
we
what
had
we
that.
calculated separately, but
Okay.
that's
We
fine.
could-
We have to.
Another question, going to what the councilwoman suggested to use maybe I want to make sure I understand.
1.5.
You're suggesting $800,000 from ARPA to create the utility bill deduction?
What I requested is that I'm in support of, if we're going to provide support, it's either through the millage or through the utility assistance program,
Oh,
or
we can
whatever
do
we,
both.
yeah.
Can you do both?
Right.
This is what I'm proposing, and this is what I would be willing to support. It's either or, it's not both. So if we're going to provide assistance to you, the utility assistance, where people are hurting the most, I would recommend that we use ARPA and then see where the CRA can come in as well, because I know they assisted with utility assistance payment through COVID. So this is what I'm proposing. I am also, if I could just put this on record now, I would not be supporting an increase to mayor and council salary if we're lowering the millage rate. So for me, it's either or.
It's both.
It's not
For
both.
me, no, I'm saying for
Yeah,
me. I'm speaking for me.
Yeah.
Okay, when it
for
comes for
could be
me,
both.
tab C is the first thing for me.
You want to call a vote, Mayor?
Yes, that's what
And then if we're gonna go that route, then we definitely gonna go into here, and then we're gonna find real money. Mr.
Yeah.
Attorney, we're gonna be here all night because
Okay,
we
and
taking a road
Mr.
right now.
City
We could go
Attorney,
over here.
how to reconsider tab C?
It would have to be a motion from the prevailing part, from the
Yeah.
prevailing, prevailing side would have to make that motion.
Make a motion to reconsider tab C.
And I second that.
All in favor?
I think she's wrapped up.
I have a question for.
Can we just have a quick voice vote that we reconsider?
No, that's.
I'm sorry, we're just trying to make sure that the process is correct. Because my understanding is that no other business can be before the board at the time that you bring up. We can't call the question while other business is pending, so that's what we're trying to figure out right now.
Okay, what is the question?
Right. So under, what the clerk is pointing out is, under the strict reading of the Robert's Rules of Order, a motion for reconsideration cannot be brought up unless there's no other business pending. So you'd have to go through the entire meeting and then go back to tab C if you followed the Robert's Rules of Order.
But Robert's rules, we don't. We
I
don't
mean-
follow Robert's rules to the T and
that's-
everything else.
Yeah.
You know, would you legally? Do you?
It's not a
think we-
mandatory,
It's
chapter
not in your,
to.
it's not mandatory in your,
Yeah.
in your
It's ju- we just-
charter.
We just follow it, but it's not a mandatory rules
It's
that
a guide, not a mandate,
must,
right?
yeah. It's a guideline.
I have a motion to reconsider tab C made by Councilman Galvin. The motion was seconded by Mayor Bienaimé. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries with a 3-2 vote.
Mr. Mayor, I know you're interested
Okay.
in 7.3. Would you be willing to accept a compromise of 7.4?
7-4, yes.
Okay, I make a motion that the millage rate be set at 7.4 mils.
And I second that.
I thought that was the vote we just did.
No.
It was
We
for-
call, it's like
Oh,
we send
Oh, okay,
before
I
we
see
vote.
the rescind.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to set the millage rate at 7.4 mils. The motion was seconded by Mayor Bienaimé. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries with a 5-0 vote.
Okay, now let's come up with the salary. No, we're gonna just make sure we have the compromise so to get it done. You propose, what do you propose?
I had proposed 3.
3,000 add to the salary?
Correct, yeah.
That's
Is that
been,
how Is that how you?
are you
I-
talking about?
I thought that was 3,000 a month. That was 36,000
Yeah,
to the
Correct,
salary.
Yeah, that's what
3,000
he's
a
saying.
month. I'm sorry,
Okay.
I need to be more.
Yes.
Yeah, we're talking about, yeah, we're talking
$3,000.
about, yeah, but are we talking about, we were, council members was getting,
We were-
4,800 and now it's gonna be 7,800, that's what we're talking about?
And then I had a friendly
It was
amendment.
59 right now. It's currently
Hmm?
at 59.
59,000, right?
5,900, no, I'm talking about monthly.
I'm just looking at the number in the book. It's
Okay,
59,000.
59,000, okay.
And you're proposing now to go up to where?
36 is, you see the purpose, that's when you're talking about. 95 for council,
I did have a friendly amendment to that.
okay, yeah, we're gonna come,
Okay.
which, that's, okay. You propose 3,000 monthly, your friendly amendment, what it is?
Mine was that the less, the half of that. That was.
That was at 18,000.
Mhm.
So that's half of the 36,000. That's 173,000 total.
Oh,
What one? Okay, your proposal is to 1,800 a month, right?
yes. That was my, well, before I say that, I'm assuming, you saying you're voting no?
Yeah, I'm not in support.
Oh, okay. Mr. Attorney, how does that work? If we do have
Sorry,
it
it's 18,000, so it's 1,500 a month. Because
extra,
that's exactly half of
Yeah.
3,000 a month.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is to,
If
in
they're not
total,
in-
it's 107,000.
because this is my thing, when it comes to that, and I'm gonna be very,
173,000.
if somebody's not in support, because I know we did this before, do they say publicly that, because we had that they're not taking the salary, or they just not in support of the vote?
It's a vote for what mayor and council salary is, so it's all the salary.
No. We had this issue before, because if they ain't in support, they're not in support. So if we're taking it, I'm just putting it out there. If you're not taking it, you say publicly you're not, and that could go back to the employee. I'm okay with that too, but I'll take mine. I'm gonna say it right now, so I'll vote yes. So
No, you
I'm
have
just
to
saying-
pass in
It's
order
either
for
it's
you to
passing
take
across the
it.
board or it's not.
Well,
But my thing
that's
is, I'm
what
just saying, I'm not in support
Excuse-
of
But if
increasing
this
mayor
is what
and
I'm
council
saying.
salary.
If somebody's not in support, my whole thing is that I'm putting it out there. Just say I'm not in support, and I'm putting back
But
to
you're
help
not
out
in
the
support of
comfort.
this whole entire budget, but you still get items for your district. My thing is, it's the same thing.
Well, not necessarily.
No, you
because this
voted
is
it down last
directly-
last
well,
time.
And I
So don't
and I
take none
stayed
of it.
right. No,
Don't take none of it.
Well,
Give everything back.
give
right?
what back? I
But
didn't,
you
I
just
didn't
said-
get nothing
But I'm just saying,
last time. I mean, I didn't get nothing this year. I'm hoping to get something, right? I'm hoping I'm getting something, but I get it. That's fine.
all I'm saying is
I
if
get
we're
it.
going to request $173,000 for mayor and council salary, while we just reduced the millage rate at 200 and whatever $1,000, at this point, for me, you can't keep taking, and we're not getting in. Because all
You're
you're
not
doing
getting
is
which
creating
in?
a future hole in this budget that already has a $7 million every year we overexpend. And right now, we're using ARPA fund to save us. Those ARPA funds will be gone next year. So what will you do?
Well,
We
there'll
will
be-
cut. Yeah.
There'll be other forms of revenue, though, that do come in.
That's
in the
if
next
they come in.
And-
We did that with Solomia and UM, but guess what happened? UM got delayed, and they used UM in the future budget, and we were told not to by the auditors. So remember, that's a habit that city likes to do. Oh, we have future money coming in, and it doesn't come in.
Yeah,
Not the city.
No, I'm just saying the city
Live
administration.
Live Spring.
And you guys passed it.
If it does, let's use UHealth. If UHealth does come in,
But
despite
they
what
came
an
now.
auditor said. Right, if it comes in now.
In an enterprise fund, because the impact fee is going to building. So you can't even use it in a general fund like
is
we
there
guys used to do in the
no
past.
No money coming to the general fund from these projects?
Well, I think it does increase the overall tax, but if you're talking about like the fungible dollars, those go into the
Enterprise fund, yeah, remember,
Yeah,
the
but
state
we
changed the
still get
rule.
over $800,000 for administrative fee from that enterprise account. Anyway,
That
to-
money is what we're still using to balance.
That's
now.
the money you're
2
getting from that
Yeah.
account.
So this illusion that I have had then is totally false, that all of this development is good for the city financially. It's helping our bottom line.
Will.
No,
it's
it's,
it's all going into an
No,
enterprise fund.
The
No.
impact fees are, but now it has
No.
to come online. It has to
so
hit the tax
it
roll.
so
Right,
it
right.
gets
It
into the
doesn't hit the tax
taxable.
roll yet.
I recognize your long-term vision. You're gonna be here longer than I will be. I'm looking to make sure we have from my standpoint, a budget that makes sense for this year.
That's what we got to do.
Your
year by
points
year.
are incredibly valid, but I also don't think it's fair to say, we're not gonna have any revenue from
In
these
10 years.
projects. Right. 2
No,
years, 3
I'm
years
not
from
gonna say
now.
that we're not, but what I'm saying is, don't forget that we're saying, hey, there's a financial turnaround, when we really don't. We're using money that was one-time money, and we don't know when that money, when those dollars are going to hit the tax roll. So we can assume for the future by making decisions right now.
That's our job
You
to
make
find out.
no, you
The
make
mon-
budgetary decisions based off of the money that we're going to get in the upcoming fiscal year. You take it year by year. That's why we're here every single year. So my thing is, don't use future projects to determine your actions right now,
we did
because we
every-
don't
in
know
the
what's gonna
budget.
happen in the future.
But the whole
But
budget
it's
is balanced
provision.
based on
It's-
that.
it's-
No,
based on-
it's
listen,
balanced
listen.
based off of
Yeah,
percentage.
yeah,
What is
but-
our property
but-
collects tax rate?
but-
What is it, 98%?
But then
But-
you're
So that's-
also assuming you're gonna get all that
Yeah.
property tax.
Yeah.
Something
Yeah.
could
But
happen
that's-
and people can't pay their taxes.
Yeah. It's the
But,
same
and
thing.
you're also looking at history. Have we ever come in under with our property taxes?
What you mean on that? But we always
That
collect
doesn't- but I'm-
90%.
Yeah, so you budget and you leave a room for
90% of that.
contingency. But we're also dealing with the city with no reserves. We're dealing in a city that is still
Yeah,
dealing with the deficit.
Councilwoman,
And we're dealing with a city that is
Councilwoman,
not financially
when it comes to
healthy.
give a burden on to the
We just
residents,
added $1.4 million
You've been asking for money for landscaping,
for
for
our-
this, for that, for that.
Yes, but I didn't ask for
But
a new
people
community
please-
center and a Catney Park.
Okay.
But that's what
But
we
it
have to
got
build.
passed, but it got
Yeah, it got passed. So what I'm
I
saying
recognize
is,
you're not happy with it, but
no,
it got
no,
passed.
I know, and
If
I
you
and I
don't
hear
like-
that.
you don't
But
like
guess
Ca-
what?
you
3
don't-
years
you
from
don't
now,
want
maybe it
Cagney
won't be
Park?
passed. It'll be removed.
Maybe we will reduce
Okay.
Cagney
So-
Park.
So there we go.
And I agree that, Mayor.
Okay.
Maybe we don't need a $700,000 a year Olympic-sized pool. I agree.
Okay.
But my thing is, we don't make that decision.
$700,000 a year.
We don't make that
No.
decision tonight.
Yeah, but my thing is that
don't.
that
Let's not
Olympic-sized pool costs $700,000. We don't make that decision tonight. We make that in the future, and the future is not here. All we have is tonight. And tonight we're gonna pass a budget that will actually hurt the city or benefit the city. That's for us to
Yeah, but
decide.
you're asking
Well-
for a raise for employees and COLA. You're gonna vote for 3%.
Mayor,
COLA,
no.
2% mayor.
You guys are asking for a raise for
All
mayor and
those new
council.
position, all, no,
No,
I
no,
didn't
no,
ask
no,
for.
no,
I
no,
don't
no,
ask
no.
for
What's the
what.
argument?
Wait
You
a
said
minute.
me, I
Wait.
didn't ask for any.
Wait, now we're getting out of hand because
and
What are you talking
that's not
about?
Councilwoman. No.
Nobody comes out of tonight jumping up and down, high-fiving.
I agree.
Compromise. I
Yeah.
don't like that we just took the millage rate down to 7.4, but I met the mayor and I compromised because I heard his desire.
The vote was
There-
5-0.
Right. There will be other
No, it's
things
not.
out of this budget that we don't.
Was the
all
vote not
don't
5-0?
like-
No.
Oh, they must. You probably can't count.
We don't need those kind of things, Council.
Okay, now
Yeah,
as
that
far
is
as
a little bit
Don't-
tight.
don't-
This is-
No,
yeah,
but no,
this
he
is-
said no. Did you not hear what he said on the record? The vote was 3-2. Obviously,
Yeah.
I need you to. Do we need to have the clerk roll the tape? No, we don't. So let's just move on with this budget. And
No, it's
because
getting a little bit out of
everybody's
hand.
looking for the item on the budget, and the only
We
thing
can
I
go
ask
line
for
by
this
line.
budget is to reduce the millage.
On
That's
your-
the only thing I asked
First-
for. But when you've been
On your
asking
way
to increase
out.
this, increase that, nobody said anything. You want increase? Where the money is coming from? Okay. And as far as the salary, me, I'm living in on the 22nd of next month. That's mean the salary is not for me. I can care less about that. But if we're gonna do a compromise, and what about if we increase it by 1,000 a month?
That was the compromise that
Oh,
we
that
had
was a
was
compromise.
the
But we wanna
number
make
two. But
sure
they,
everybody
well,
agree with it.
here's my thing. I was just told that I don't know since I've been here in terms of District 4 getting stuff inside the budget. So, and I'm still going back to that, but we're not talking about that tonight. I didn't get nothing last year. I'm just putting that on the record. This year I did ask for those items that we just mentioned. As a matter of fact, on the record, Madam Manager, last year I told you, because I was in Del Rio, I told you whatever, and you were present, Madam Manager, Assistant Manager. I said, whatever that you need to do to balance the budget, do it and be fair. Wasn't that my comment? So, Madam Councilwoman, those were my words privately to them. And I didn't come out here and said, so when I did see the budget, so I thought that my colleagues that was here would have looked out for me. There was nothing. And I was a little bit upset. But you know what, though? I had chosen to do what I was doing. So I accepted that. So this year, again, when I saw this, I'm not happy. But again, I think the wise councilman said the word is compromise. So we're not going to get everything. And what did I say? I said, well, Madam Manager, I don't have a issue with this because this has been my main issue. If you balanced it with that. So I'm okay with in terms of this because she's able to balance it. But if we're going to sit here and call each other name, this is turning into another show that we need to take a step back in terms of doing, because the last 8 years I've never witnessed this. Yes.
Another question, Madam City Manager. The 170,000, you're gonna use it toward the water bill. We're still gonna look for that, because the money was allocated only for that.
Which one?
The $170,000
No,
that's currently in the utility
that's,
fund.
yeah, that's in the fund for
It's
whatever
easy.
that we
That's what I
decided.
said. She still need to come up with a plan to spend that
That's
money.
been
toward the
before her,
utility.
and I know Michaela is looking at me. That's been
Yeah,
before
that's
she
what
got
I
there.
say.
We were-
I can
no, it's
say
not
that I
you.
did move a step
Okay.
by getting the
Just so people
501.
can get a credit.
Miguel
on that next step.
and Miss Albert, that was the talk when Mr. Spring was leaving, for them to get together and at least create some type of program
simple plan.
whatever
You
the
don't have
program
to-
might be, you know,
So people
who
can-
qualify for it and how they qualify. So that's been in the works. But we just adding because it's not enough. We know that. But when you have a situation of
But
somebody who
170,000.
want to turn
if
off
you
with kids,
divide that by
it's bad.
22,000 household, that can help. But when you said giving the credit to those households, what about those condominiums?
They don't get no.
They owe.
They owe money.
They owe money. And when you're going to apply,
Yeah, that's true.
how you
Yeah,
going
they
to, yeah.
We need to go
All
after
those,
them.
that's when they remove those, it's about 10,000 people.
No.
When
well,
you remove all those
no.
condos, all
There's
those
22,000 residential units. If
It's-
you exclude those that are in the buildings that
Condominium and
owe us
those and-
already,
No. They're not even included.
they include.
I'm
No.
not sure that that's the case
Yeah.
because it's a different set
22,000
of
units,
residential.
22,000 meters.
I'd have
Yeah.
to come back and do that. Plus, I don't know that I can give one credit to another. So if it's if
Of
it's an
course,
equal credit
Yeah.
across the board,
Or people come and apply. But if
But it was my
Okay.
understanding the buildings are excluded because the question was because their water don't get turned off because of whatever issues. It's the only residential. So I was under the impression it's 22,000 residential accounts. Do they do the multiple unit count as commercial or are they residential? Okay.
You mean multifamily?
Yeah, the multifamily units.
those are included in the 22,000.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The big buildings.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
the
it.
multi-unit, not the commercial.
Yeah, when you remove them, you're about those single family.
said you
home
can't remove it,
communities,
Mr.
about,
Attorney?
Less.
You're going to have an equal protection problem with that.
No, you can't
Yeah.
remove them.
Okay,
Oh,
but
how
if you
about-
put a commitment, anybody
Wait,
who
wait a
the
minute.
city
Yeah, because
who
they're all
haven't paid the
residential.
city
You
for,
can't, you can't give one to some
but
residents
they are
and
back
not others.
paid. That's when
Exactly.
it's just
Y'all don't
toward
turn off their
credit.
water.
No, we'd have to, if we do something across the board, we have to give to all 22,000. Now, that, I think if you create something where, they apply and funds run out, then there's some action that people have to do, but it'd have to be equal across the board. My understanding is 22,000, of those who
Accounts.
are residents, accounts that are
Accounts.
residents.
Okay.
Okay, create a program so people can just come
That's the
pay
same
the
thing
bill
that
and we
was
apply the
created.
credit.
We did that. It didn't
When
work
they
last
come and
time.
pay, they don't
No, we
need to
didn't
fill all
fill
those
out,
paper, bank account, all those things.
Oh, okay.
They just
you're
come and
using
they
ARPA
apply for
funds.
they get the credit.
That's if we're using the emergency utility assistance funds dollars,
Yeah,
correct?
the money.
Yeah,
The
that's
ARPA
100
funding
Yeah.
has a different
No,
stipulation.
that's not the one
Okay.
that we're talking about.
I just want to make sure.
No, we're talking about the
Well, that's
account.
already in the budget.
For the
so.
170,000.
Yes.
So what's on the table now? You said the
I was
salary?
gonna
I don't
deal
know
with the
what's on the
salary.
table. I have no idea.
The salary before
No,
we
did
move
we-
to the full budget.
I thought we did have a compromise on the salary, right? No? Not
No,
yet?
that
we have to
haven't
vote on
vote
it,
yet.
no?
Oh,
That's what
we
we
didn't
wanna
vote on
see.
nothing yet.
vote on the millage rate.
We vote on the millage rate.
I want to give Terry and Nikki $1 million. Is that in the budget? Look at Terry. That's my Nobby Fest. Look at her. Yeah, there we go.
Do you need a motion, Mr. Mayor?
If it's 1,000, I'll vote for increase
You ain't gonna
And
be here. You
just-
say-
a month.
And just to let you know, I don't know if Jeff, you want to talk about the procedure because we'd have to put it in and
In the beginning. Did I
Hmm?
not? I didn't bring. Oh, we just had the conversation. Oh yeah. Okay. So
We
yeah.
just
So
did-
any. I don't. I think some of you may remember this, but salary changes by the council has to be done by resolution. Oh, that's why I was talking to you.
The
Forgot.
budget is
Yeah,
a
the budget.
Right.
resolution.
Yeah. It's got to be. No, sir. It's got to. It's a resolution that's got to be heard before the council. So what we explained was, if you do it tonight, we will have to come back with an item for the
With
council
a
to vote
resolution,
on.
yeah.
Another resolution. Yeah.
You know that. The same way we did the last time.
Last time, did we?
There'll be an
Yeah, I
item that
think-
comes at the next meeting that says that you're raising your salaries.
Is that a motion? Do somebody has to make a motion?
I'm waiting for Alex.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, what we.
Mr. Mayor, I'll
You
make a
okay with
motion.
that?
Listen, whatever support we can get.
I'll go ahead and make a motion for the salary increase at 1,500.
$1,500 a month?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to raise the mayor and council salary by $1,500 per month. The motion was seconded by Vice Mayor Desilme. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries with a 3-2 vote.
And now let's go to the overall budget as amended.
Do they have to go back and reassess, or they're good?
No, that's the number we got. That's when you get less,
Yeah, we would, we've already,
there were
to,
more.
to assess that, well, the two,
You had more and now you get less.
well, we hadn't calculated the 297, but that would come from ARPA. So we could do that.
Can you state it on record so the city clerk can come up with the budget amendment that?
Some additional programming of ARPA, which we would bring also another resolution, actually. We probably have to bring a resolution, in the amount of 597 and freezing 3 positions at 173,000.
That's it?
In the amount of 497.
Can you use whole numbers? Is it 490?
497,000.
What is that?
Using the 3 positions.
That's
In
the
order to
amount.
balance the budget,
In
you
order
need a
to
total
balance
of
the
how
balance,
much?
it's a freeze, an allocation, which would be $173,000, and then we would use 497,000 in ARPA dollars, and then we would be able that
Total of.
right, and that would make up for the reduction in the
of
millage,
the millage and
the
this
additional salary,
increase.
and the requests that were made for the resurfacing and the status report
Okay.
I spoke to about earlier.
I have a question. What are the 3 positions that are frozen?
A maintenance mechanic, part-time out of budget, that's .5, part-time out of city manager office, and out of parks and community engagement funds.
What is that?
That was a position, but it was turned to part-time, so it's actually not a full-time position. It represents a part-time, so those funds that would have gone into 301, that's gonna be reduced.
Oh, from the Parks and Rec. Okay.
Thank you very much. As stated on record, can I get a motion on the budget?
Wait, is it balanced? Not,
That's why,
That would balance the budget.
that's including this, yes, on the rec.
The positions, that would include, we have to make an adjustment for the request that you had regarding,
The city's
street team.
clean team, and it's
Yeah.
not much. I just want to
Including,
put it in
yeah.
the record. I think it's 70,000, or is it less
Yeah.
than?
it's about 68,000.
yeah,
Is
to
that
also
right,
increase
Miss,
the salary
is
to
that correct?
$17 an hour.
how much are they now? Miss, do we know?
I think they were increased earlier this year to, yes, they were, by $1. So, but
What
they
they
can,
making now?
it should be just under,
So 1450.
$14.50, right?
it's $14.50.
And now it's gonna be what,
Eight.
16, oh, what is gonna be now?
Where did you put?
We have a budgeted $3 increase
Amen.
in that
Okay.
range.
Only 68,000.
Okay.
But isn't that the 352 from Raceboro? Like, how
No,
much did that cover?
Yeah, that's what they paid the salary. We just contributing 68 to put them to give them the $3.
How much is the total line item for them?
I think it's the
300 and something.
352,000.
Yeah.
So now
For
this
how
would bring it to
many?
400.
For how many employees?
I believe it's like 12.
Do you have the 12? I thought it was like 6 or 8 that we have.
No.
Well, it's been coming,
Oh.
it's been an in and out because it's part-time, so some people stay, some people go.
It's only 68 from us going.
Well, 13 clean team workers and a driver.
And that's all being paid for by Wasteboro?
Right now, yes.
Okay.
Nothing, so it's
yeah.
only 68. I requested that they add, that would bump them $3 per person. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
I'll make a motion to approve the budget as stated and amended.
Question, I'm sorry, and I don't have no, my question, this is separate from any of the other tabs with the increase. I just wanted that, the budget, the tab C.
No, I mean, we have the fees in there, so we would just approve the fees.
I thought they were separate. That was
I mean,
my-
they're separate items, but I think that was the conversation that city attorney had brought up earlier on, but we decided to go ahead and kind of skip the other tabs and go to that. But if you approve this, those would be simple approvals, because this would be based on getting,
Getting,
What
so
are
what
you
is she
talking?
saying? No, the agenda that we have, so we're not going by the agenda, we putting all of that into one tab, you suggesting?
no, he didn't move into one tab. He was suggesting to go in order, but the council
changed the
chose to
order.
skip the order.
So
Okay.
I'll
So
make
we
a
do have to go
motion
back.
to approve tab J, the budget as presented and amended.
Yeah.
But we are voting on the other tabs.
No, not yet.
I'm saying
We
eventually.
will.
We can say, we don't know yet.
The entire councilwoman?
It does, what time it is? No, we're on the budget. You got,
If there's no second to my
I have
motion.
second.
Okay.
Trying to get a copy of the agenda.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the budget as presented and amended. The motion was seconded by Mayor Bienaimé. I'm going to read the title one more time. A proposed second reading ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, adopting and approving the budget of the city of North Miami for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2022, and ending September 30, 2023. Authorizing the amount to be raised by taxation for the operation of the city for the 2022-23 fiscal year, authorizing the expenditure of funds established by the budget, authorizing a return on investment transfer from the water and sewer utility fund to the general fund, authorizing the city manager to implement budget amendments, revenue or expenditure, to appropriate or unappropriate funds as required during the fiscal year, and to amend the prior fiscal year budget to facilitate the year-end closing process, providing for repeal, severability, and an effective date. Tab J.
you have it.
Councilman,
It's
excuse
a
me,
resolution, does it get? voted?
Councilman Galvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilwoman Estime Irvin, how do you vote?
No.
Vice Mayor Desame, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Bienaimé, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilwoman Timothy, how do you vote?
No.
The motion carries with a 3-2 vote.
Can I hear a motion to postpone the rest of the agenda to the next Until the next council
Sir,
meeting?
sir, no.
Mayor, you can't do that. You don't have a budget. You don't have a balanced budget. The budget, this is what I was trying to explain from the beginning. The budget that you just passed supposes that all of the other previous resolutions are passed, because those fees are what you're gonna use to pay. So you can't just postpone it. You will not have a budget, and you will not.
So if there are another 6 or 7, I'll just quickly make the motions and we can do it and get out of here. Make a motion to approve tab D as in dog.
So move.
No.
We haven't done public.
Leslie, can you read all the tab remaining, please? It's tab D, tab E,
agenda.
F, G, H, I.
All right, do we want to go back to B first or no?
No, all of them. D.
We haven't
So we're
voted on, we have
still
not
skipping
voted on
B?
tab B.
We have to do B as in boy,
I'm not voting on what tab?
B as in boy.
Yeah, can you do B and all the rest?
They can be on consent.
Tab B, a proposed resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, adopting a revised classification and pay plan for classified and unclassified employees of the city for the 2022-2023 fiscal year, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab B, you did not open it for public hearing, Mayor.
What happened?
I was just letting you know
We're gonna do all
that.
of them.
The
We're gonna
public
put all
hearings.
of them to public hearings.
Okay.
Okay.
So I just need a point of order. The change in the millage, as it changes the CRA, we do have a CRA budget on here. So we would probably need to make what that amendment's gonna be on the record.
Okay.
So that we do it here, and then you would only need your
Okay.
other meeting,
That'll be
another CRA meeting.
Okay.
That'll
go
be
ahead.
fine. Neil Shiver, I just want to be heard briefly on these matters. Neil Shiver, Executive Director of the North Miami CRA. Mr. Mayor and council purpose, people, as far as tab H, nothing occurred in tab C that has any impact on tab H. So tab H is fine to be passed tonight. However, as the city manager has spoken, tab I.
Could you speak into the mic, please?
Tab
Thank you.
I, of course, once the millage rate changed, that changed the income, the revenue to the North Miami CRA. We can move forward with the caveat that I would have to come back, hopefully no later than October 11th, to either amend my CRA budget to the real numbers, because I wouldn't know what the real numbers are, and I'm not too sure if anybody can give me real numbers tonight.
9.736.
Okay, that's been you propose that we will move tab I.
We could move H. If we move I may have to come back. I know I have to come back for a CRA board meeting, and so if I have to come back for a CRA board meeting, it will be my preference no later than October 11th.
Okay, let's do that.
So I do have a submission, so I would rather for tab I, the amendment of the number be made on the record, and tab I approved as that, so then there's no coming back, because we need to submit for September 30th.
And you guys have the numbers, right? Okay.
Or you can just amend that number, and then they can go back on their board.
Well, if you give me that number, then I may be able to give you my numbers, and then maybe we can move forward. I still have to come back for a CRA meeting, but that wouldn't hold you up. So if you can give me the city tax increment revenues under the 7.4 millage rate, and then I can, if it's 9,803,222.
No, it's 9,736,000.
Please repeat that again, Madam Manager. Please repeat that again.
9,736,000.
Okay.
Again, we could amend this budget, amending that line item. I just don't know how it will impact the rest of my budget, but I'm willing to move forward to get some finality in the city's budget. With the reservation, I still may have to come back and amend this budget for my
Okay.
numbers.
Can you
While
find,
you're-
can you find
excuse-
134,000 to
Yes.
remove from the
Okay, while-
expenses? And then you
Madam
can have
City
it.
Manager, what can be done? Let's vote on tab D, E, F, and G, and then while we come
And
back.
then let me work the
yes,
numbers.
Yes, yes, okay.
Yeah, they gave the number. It's 134,000.
No, when, yeah, when,
Okay, that makes
Okay, she's got a.
Madam Clerk, tab B, G,
Tab B, a proposed resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, adopting a revised classification and pay plan for classified and unclassified employees of the city for the 2022-2023 fiscal year, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab B.
Move
tab
approval.
D.
Second.
No, we're gonna have to open it to the public. We'll do public hearing in all of them. Tab
All in
D.
favor? Yeah, I mean,
You need to
Well, that one is easy, Mayor. Can we just vote on that one?
No, but we still have to open it to the public. We wanna do.
you can open it to the public now.
No, please,
And then-
tab D, we will do all of them, open it to the public. It's,
You're just on.
But we still.
can you read tab D, please? D, E, F, and G, and then open it to the public, all of them.
Tab D, a proposed resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, approving the proposed updated community planning and development cost recovery schedule of fees pursuant to Article 3, Division 2, Section 3-202 of the city's land development regulations, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab E, a proposed resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, approving the updated building and zoning department permit fee schedule attached as Exhibit 1 pursuant to Chapter 5, Building Standards and Regulations, Article 5, Fees and Penalties, and Section 5-34, Building Permit Fees, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab F, a proposed resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, approving and authorizing a new programs, activities, and rental fee schedule for the Parks and Recreation Department, providing an effective date and all other purposes. Tab G, a proposed resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, approving and adopting increases for lien search rates, further authorizing the city manager to do all things necessary to implement the stated rate increase structure plan, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab G.
Thank you very much. Tab B, D, E, F, G, are open to the public. Public is now closed.
Move approval of the items.
Second.
Tab B, I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab B. The motion was seconded by Councilwoman Estimate Irvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Nay.
Motion carries with a 3-2 vote. Tab D, is there a motion?
Make a
Which
The
motion.
one is
motion
that?
was for all of them.
No, not for all.
For which one?
Tab D
motion to
was updating the community planning and development cost recovery schedule of fees.
Make a motion to approve tab D.
Second.
But we can do all of them.
I
as
have a motion.
resolution.
We're
It's,
gonna argue over it.
Madam Clerk, please.
No,
That
Mr.
will-
Mayor, there
The
might
city
be some
attorney
folks who
said that they
needs
need to be voted on
Oh, voted
individually.
For,
Yes.
against some
Yes.
plan. Okay.
That's all.
You give me an explanation. I understand now.
Okay.
It's like you said, we cannot do that. Okay.
Move approval on tab D.
And I seconded.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab D. The motion was seconded by Councilwoman Estimate Irvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
This is tab D, right?
That was
That's
D as in
the
dog.
community and planning. That's the fee increase for community and planning, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Motion carries with a 4-1 vote. Tab E.
Building.
That's the building permit fees.
Move approval on tab E.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab E. The motion was seconded by Councilwoman Estimate Irvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries with a 4-1 vote. Tab F.
Move approval on tab F.
So move.
Is that a second?
Yes.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab F. The motion was seconded by Councilwoman Estime Irvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries with a 4-1 vote. Tab G.
Move approval on tab G.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab G. The motion was seconded by Mayor Bieneme. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries with a 4-1 vote.
Now tab H and I. Do you have the number?
You can move tab H as is. Nothing tonight impacted tab H. Tab H is from a September 13, 2022 board approval of the amended fiscal year 2021-22 budget. So that could be moved as
I have
is.
a little issue, but go ahead when she's done.
So tab H is
Okay,
not
tab
impacted by.
H, Madam Clerk.
So I'll request that tab H be moved as written.
Do
as
we need to
approved.
read tab H?
Did we read it up?
Oh, tab H is a proposed resolution of the mayor.
No,
and
no,
city
no,
council.
no.
The clerk.
Oh, I thought you asked me to prove.
No, not you.
I can't hear.
It's late.
Oh, somebody else got to read it?
Yes.
Sorry about that.
Tab H, a proposed resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, approving the North Miami Community Redevelopment Agency fiscal year 2021-2022 amended budget, authorizing the city manager to transmit the North Miami CRA fiscal year 2021-2022 amended budget to Miami-Dade County, authorizing the city manager to take all action necessary to complete the approval process for the North Miami CRA fiscal year 2021-2022 amended budget with Miami-Dade County, providing for an effective date and all other purposes.
Move approval.
Tab H.
Let's open it to the public. Did we open it to the public? Public hearing is open on tab H. Public hearing is now closed.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab H. The motion was seconded by Mayor Bieneme. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries with a 3-2 vote.
I do have a last, I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
The item, it's not separated because, and that may cause a little bit confusion here. The Black and Beach study, I thought that was separate. Is that part of the tab J? Was that the, because that, oh, Miguel is saying no, or somebody saying yes? Because I want to make sure that I'm voting on the right thing. I thought it was separated. That's why I wanted them to vote it, because it's about to get very interesting here.
So that's the whole budget, because you have to be able to give,
That's what I told you. I don't do that because I'm gonna have to rescind my vote. I'm not, if it's separated, I'm okay with the budget, but it should have been just like this, these are, and I would have been okay with it, the increase.
that's not the Black and Veatch. So there,
Oh, okay.
that's not Black and Veatch. Black and Veatch was already voted on. What that allows us to do
Not
is,
tonight. We didn't vote on it tonight.
Okay,
no, you didn't vote on it tonight. It was voted on in the past.
Right, okay.
So it was adopted. What happens here is that, in the funds, you know how we do those the 7% and be able to take the fee? You have to say that in this, and that's why we're able to do that. But the
Okay.
Black and Veatch is completely something separate.
with the water increase, where was that in the?
The water
which tab?
increase is in the budget. It's in the budget.
So it wasn't a separate tab for us to vote
No,
on it?
because the increase was already approved.
It was
when-
already done.
It was already done before.
Okay, I just want to be on the record.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm okay with that now. Okay, never
You
mind.
voted the increase in the budget.
No, I did not. That's what she's saying.
Yeah.
Because you already did
No,
that,
no,
and
no,
I
the
did not vote
increase is
for it.
8% in this budget, correct?
It's in there, so you voted for the whole budget, but the
Which
vote-
includes the 8% increase to water and
Right,
sewer.
and that's because we voted previously to
Previously.
Correct.
adopt
So there-
Can
those
we do
budget
tab
changes.
I now, because that's what we're on?
Well, Mr. Galvin, I just wanted to get the clarification.
I get
with
it.
the Top, all right, but go ahead.
The clarification.
Hmm?
You say clarification.
Yeah, with the increase on the
But
water
you've been
bill.
voting on it every day.
I know,
She
that's what I'm
did.
saying.
You've
But he,
been voting on it
what
every day.
he asked the question, did he vote on the increase? And I said, yes, he did in this budget.
He told me
Vote
no.
on the
We've
budget.
approved.
No, they didn't. I told you yes.
Mr. Mayor,
He didn't vote on the black and rich thing.
can we ask
Yes.
the
Go ahead.
clerk read tab I, because that's what we're on the
Yes.
agenda?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Neil Shiver again, executive.
No. I want to know the number.
I'm getting ready to give you the numbers now.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to move tab I, the proposed,
said move.
2022-23 budget with the following amendments. For the city tax increment revenue, the number will now be $9,736,000. For the total revenue, the new number will be $22,460,374. For the city TIF refund, the new number will be $1,124,938. And finally, I'd like to amend the housing initiative to $2,118,787. And with those amendments, I'm will proffer this proposed budget to the
Run
To
through
the
the numbers
council.
one more time, please.
run through it one more time.
Please.
Okay. For the city tax revenue, the new number is $9,736,000. For total revenue, the new number is $22,460,374. For the city TIF refund, the new number is $1,124,938. And for my housing initiative, my new number now is $2,118,787. With
Thank
those
you.
amendments, I have a balanced budget according with the new revenues. Thank you.
Move approval of tab I as amended.
Are you opening for public hearing, Mayor?
The CRA budget. And I second that. Let's open it to the public. Deal with. Tab I is open to the public as amended. Tab I.
Tab I, proposed resolution of the
Oh,
Mayor and
no.
City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, approving the North Miami Community Redevelopment Agency, North Miami CRA fiscal year 2022-2023 budget, authorizing the city manager to transmit the North Miami CRA fiscal year 2022-2023 budget to Miami-Dade County, authorizing the city manager to take all action necessary to complete the approval process for the North Miami CRA fiscal year 2022-2023 budget with Miami-Dade County, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab I with the amendments as stated by the CRA director. The motion was seconded by Mayor Bieneme. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Nay.
The motion carries with a 3-2 vote.
No,
Can't carry. It's failed.
yeah, fail.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear, I only heard 2 nays.
Oh,
No,
no.
Okay. So the motion fails with a 2-3 vote.
That means there's no CRA budget. Right? That's what that means.
Okay.
Then in the alternative, could I suggest this, right? In the alternative, there is no state mandate that a CRA budget has to be approved at the end of the fiscal year. However, there is a county resolution, and I think it's listed in a local agreement, that the CRA budget has to be approved annually, but doesn't necessarily give a date. And so what I'm simply saying is, if we can defer that matter over to
Yes.
the next CRA board meeting, hopefully will be no later than October 11th. And at that time, maybe we can have a special meeting for the CRA as well as the city council. And both bodies could approve the budget at October 11th.
No, but we already passed the budget at the CRA level. It's at the city that's we are.
But the budget we passed last night,
Is on a
Is a little-
7.5
Yes.
mils.
So,
Oh.
it's-
So,
and Madam Manager, the only reason I'm not voting for it tonight, I don't have no problem with the numbers, but I just wanted to just double check that the numbers are, you know, so that when it does transmit, but I don't think that affect
Well, we're-
the city.
it
this is-
does, because we have to transmit. So
Oh,
generally,
wow.
if it would go
But everybody's
before.
been saying no, so I could, at this point, I'm done.
I'll reconsider my vote.
Right, and I will, so
But
that
Can we
it's
call the vote?
transmitted.
Joke. We voted budget and now. Listen.
I
Can
voted
I
for
have
the
motion
CRA
to
budget.
adjourn and?
It was the
but
city's
that was-
budget I had issue with.
But you didn't vote for the CRA budget.
I was taking a stance on every item tonight
So,
because
is there,
this is not a
Mr.
budget for the
Attorney,
people.
how
Is
does
that
it,
why?
Mr. Attorney? How do we reconsider our vote? Could you give us direction?
Consider which vote now?
I voted no, can I change my vote?
On this last vote?
Yes.
It's the prevailing party, whoever's on the
Okay.
prevailing party can bring up a motion for reconsideration.
Mm-hmm.
Since it
Councilwoman,
failed, it would
did
have
you
to be
still
someone who
wanna
voted
Yeah.
Reconsider.
against it to bring it back.
Yes, it should.
Yes, no, we can.
Councilwoman has motioned to
Reconsider
reconsider the
my
last
vote,
vote.
yeah.
But okay,
Yeah,
so
she's
yeah,
on
she's
the
on the
prevailing
prevailing.
side.
That's when she don't agree that we lower the millage, but she's okay that we increase.
I already approved the CRA budget.
Oh.
I'll second the motion to reconsider. Is that allowed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, we don't
Is that
follow
right?
the,
Are we doing this right, Mr. Attorney?
we don't have rules anymore.
Yes, ma'am.
Up here.
Okay.
All right, I have a motion to reconsider the vote on tab I made by Councilwoman Timothy, seconded by Councilman Galvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries with a 4-1 vote.
I'll make a motion to approve tab I. That we
No, we have to
reconsider.
consider.
Talk about tab.
So move. Second, excuse me.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab I with the amendments as stated by the CRA Director. The motion was seconded by Councilwoman Estime Irvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries with a 4-1 vote.
And thank you, and so we know that
Yes, we got it.
it has to come back
Don't-
now.
Don't snatch victory from the mouth of defeat or whatever this word is, you know.
Did we already read tab K?
Yes. Yeah, tab K.
We did tab K.
K. K.
Tab K for Cassandra.
K.
Tab K.
A proposed second reading ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, authorizing the city manager to make adjustments to the minimum fund allocation amount in the reserve fund account as part of the city's fiscal year budget process pursuant to section 2-2 of the city code, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab K.
For, quick
Move
question.
for
approval
approval.
of tab K.
Second.
With, can I ask a question, please? This is the tab for, to take the money out the reserves?
To
Or-
waive
To
having
waive
to
it,
put
that's what
any
I-
money in the
okay.
reserves.
That's, okay, I just wanted to make sure, thank you.
Because we have none.
Can you open tab K to the public or?
Public hearing is open. Did you read it?
That's you.
You read it?
Let's
Tab
rock
K?
this, guys.
Yes, tab K have been read.
Tab K is open to the public. Tab K is now closed. Can I have a motion on that?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab K. The motion was seconded by Councilwoman Estime Irvin. Councilwoman Estime Irvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilman Galvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilwoman Timothy, how do you vote?
No.
Vice Mayor Desame, how do you vote?
No,
It fails, guys. We
Mayor
need to
Biename, how do you vote?
No.
Guys,
The motion fails with a 3-2 vote.
$4 million for your reserve.
again, we don't have a balanced budget. This is for the reserve, guys. You understand what happens, right? If
We're not going home yet.
Not only are we not going
No,
home.
no, you get to go home.
This budget is not adopted.
You get
Her
to go
original
home.
budget
There's
is
no
adopted.
budget, there's no adopted budget.
How much
From-
is the reserve?
We're not
5
doing a
million?
We're
reserve.
waiving it.
No, what's because the wave is the 5 million, right?
Yes.
Waiving the 5 million.
So we have to go find 5 million to put in our reserve?
Well, you actually voted on a budget that's not now a budget, which means the
We have to
only
go
one I
find-
can send back, well, either I find 5 million,
Or we find 5 million and
Oh,
put in
you-
the
Yeah.
reserve?
oh, you find 5 million. Well, they just voted on the other.
Why don't we do
The
stagnate?
budget is based on, the budget is based on not doing the reserve. So they passed the budget, they're not doing the reserve, which means they've got to come up with $5 million.
Yeah.
Don't have a
Why
balanced
don't
budget.
we do stagnate and come up with the,
As we stated, CAGNY's not in this general fund budget.
where's the $5 million you said is 16?
In the escrow account,
Where you get the 16 million?
you have the 10.5 and you have the 5 million, which is the 15.5. They're all in a separate fund. The
Did you receive the $5 million already?
No, the 5 million is in the escrow fund, so it's not in general fund, so it's not in this budget. And the other 5 million that makes up the 15 million is actually in the county. It's a reimbursable grant, which means we spend, they reimburse,
Why you didn't use in the budget?
because they're in separate funds. So we do a budget for the general fund.
Oh.
So do you want to take a recess before we come back and find 5 million, or how do we want to do this, y'all?
Give.
How long, Mr. Mayor?
That's you.
That's me.
Yeah. You tell me.
Listen, not a manager, I did what I can. No, Alicia, I go to your but I was in there plenty of, I did the.
Mr. Mayor, I'd make a
Are we
motion,
taking
we
a
recess
recess?
for 15 minutes, then come back with suggestions on how to save $5 million.
Second that.
Motion made by
can we put the
Councilman Galvin
motion
to
on
recess for
continuation
15 minutes, seconded by
tomorrow?
Vice Mayor Desilets. All in
to.
favor?
We don't have to.
Otherwise, we have to do a special council meeting.
No,
to get
if we
this
put it
approved.
in continuation, we can do it tomorrow or any day before the 30th. Yes, we can.
Well, that would mean we have to have a special council meeting.
Not
No,
special,
I-
continuation, we don't have. Just we meet tomorrow for the
No.
same thing.
Let's
Been
hash it all
publicized.
out tonight. Let's do it tonight.
Stay here at 5 a.m.
That's
if we
it.
have to.
Let's do it tonight.
If it was an EOC activation, we'd be sleeping here, so.
Did we vote for a recess? or- So we are officially taking a recess of 15 minutes? Is that my understanding? Thank you.
We are back
Mr. Attorney, can we start with
at
the clerk? With the clerk? Can you
11:28,
text
waiting for
the clerk?
our city clerk, our elected city clerk.
She didn't get no food, so.
In the meantime, I think the item before us at this time is
Go Rosa, yeah, Rosa could run.
is tab K. Allowed to.
Can we do a reconsideration for tab K?
One of the prevailing.
Yeah.
I was,
Thank you very much.
I was gonna text you.
We are back in business, and can you making sure we have quorum, Madam City Clerk?
It's now 11:27. Vice Mayor Desilme,
Here.
Councilman Galvin,
Here.
Councilwoman Estime Irvin,
Present.
Councilwoman Timothy, Mayor Bieneme.
Here.
Mayor, you now have a quorum to proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to offer.
I'm asking. That's what I'm gonna. He's
Okay.
gonna state it on record what
Sure.
we need to be, what's need to be done. Yes, Mr. City Attorney, tab K was fell, and if we get to reconsider that,
It would have to be
Yeah.
member on the prevailing side would have to bring it back as a.
So
motion for
I'd like to bring
reconsideration.
it back for reconsideration.
Second.
thank you very much. Can I hear a motion on tab K now?
Move to approve.
Second.
This was a motion to reconsider tab K, right?
Yes.
The prevailing side did not include Councilwoman Estime Irvin.
It did?
So wasn't it 3 no?
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're correct.
Yes,
Apologize. I apologize.
Yes, I'll reconsider.
Second to second the motion.
Thank you for. Yeah, I forgot.
I have a motion to reconsider the item at tab K made by Vice Mayor Desilme, seconded by Councilman Galvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
You were gonna say something.
Motion carries with a 4-1 vote. Mayor, as of 11:29, Councilwoman Timothy is now present.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay,
motion
can
to
we-
approve.
Tab K.
Move
Uh-huh.
to approve tab K.
So seconded.
Sec- And I'd like to comment after the vote, if I may, Mr. Mayor?
You always can.
Okay, after.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab K. The motion was seconded by Councilwoman Estime Irvin. Councilwoman Estime Irvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilman Scott Galvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilwoman Timothy, how do you vote?
No.
Vice Mayor Desilme, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Bieneme, how do you vote?
No.
So it fails.
Pass. It passed.
The motion,
No, this
Oh,
is
you
for
need
the
vote.
reserve.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
the motion
yes,
fails with
sorry,
a 3-2
sorry.
vote. So are you saying yes? Mayor?
Yes.
The motion carries with a 4-1 vote.
Yes.
Motion to adjourn?
You have a
well, I have a
comment?
comment, Madam. No problem. I know it's so confusing tonight. I just want to say to my colleagues, I've been up here for 8 years. We have gone through a lot of back and forth with budgets. And I think I referred that we were here one night until 4 and another night until 12. In the interest of the city is what we do. Everybody know my position, but you know, some of the employees who I've worked with and I respect pull me to the side and asked me to do this. And for the interest, again, I did it with without any reservation. But I would hope in the future we get back to how business usually were. we could have differences in terms of budget, and that's what we do. But the respect and the quorum, I think, we're missing tonight, and I just wanted to say that publicly. So for that, nothing is perfect, and privately I could say what I say to the administration and the attorney, but I know when I come here publicly, we have the public, we have my colleagues that I respect very much. We may disagree, and we may not, like one another, but the employees here, we respect the job that a lot of you guys do, and I say that a lot because although I take a lot of beating outside the community, but we bring it back to administration. But this process was about us working together in terms of trying to do the best that we can under a circumstance. I don't think none of us the budget. Last year, again, I didn't get much, but that's okay. We worked through it. This year, I got a little bit more. It is what it is. But I want to thank my colleague, and I won't apologize for, others' action, but in terms of the process, I think we need to, as a body, just see how we move forward, working together. But again, we do what we have to do, no matter what, because we're still family. Thank you again, and good night, everyone. Yes, sir.
And can I say something? And like I always say that when something come up before us, not everybody gonna have what they want, but sometimes we need to compromise on issues. And sometimes I don't understand when someone come up with a lot of amendments on a tab, and at the end of the day get everything they want, and don't vote for the overall budget. I just don't understand it. One of my mission today was to lower the millage. That's all I need in the budget, and I got it. I didn't have what I want. I want 7.3, but at the end of the day, I have 7.4, and I'm happy with it. And that's the compromise, and I think that we need to live with that. And sometimes some people on the dais say that we are here, we are doing politics, when in reality, we have a political position by being here, and all we are doing is doing politics. I don't understand what else we are doing here than doing politics, because we have a political position, and as mayor and as council members. That means at the end of the day, we have a budget, and at least we have something for the people in the budget. We reduce property taxes by 1%. At the same time, we have money available to address utility issue that some people may have in the city, and I hope that the city manager come up with a quick plan so we can spend that $170,000 for those in need, and I hope the administration and we do that as quick as possible to bring relief to those people throughout the year. And that being said, then I think
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to adjourn.
I have a comment,
done?
please. Yes, I'd like to make a comment.
Yes.
And I wasn't going to make a comment. Yes, we're doing politics here, and I'm one of the persons that made the comment about we're doing. Some people are doing politics, and to me, playing politics. I know we're politicians, but when we have the lives of employees, we have the lives of the residents. There are decisions that we could have made years ago. During the pandemic, we could have decided to make some moves. And I'm not just gonna. I just don't want to start a fight tonight. There are moves that were made for obvious reasons, and then there's light painted like some others don't care, and that was not a right picture. I still felt, I'm happy that at the end of the day, I want my residents to do well, but sometimes we have to make the hard decision to say, hey, we can't do this, because if we want to keep this service and we want to do this, it's going to cost a little bit more, and we all have to pinch in. So when there are comments that are made and we're playing politics and we're not being truthful to our residents, I have an issue with that, and this is when I say we're playing politics. But anyway, I'm ready to adjourn.
But we are in the business of playing politics.
We shouldn't be in the
And if
business
you
of
said-
playing with people's
if you
mind.
If you said during the
And
pandemic,
we should be consistent always,
and
not
when-
when it's convenient.
you can say whatever you want, council
It's obvious
But when
to
you're talking
everyone,
about the
even you,
pandemic,
it's
when you're
obvious
talking
to a
about the
lot of
pandemic,
people that
you know
may
what we did
not
during
want
the
to say anything
pandemic.
to you.
Yeah,
You
we
know what
made
we did.
progress. I think we should, we made progress. And I was very consistent. That's why I felt I needed to say something, because I was getting a text from residents, but now they're okay because I made what I need to say. And I say, thank you, Terry, and some other folks, that kind of pull me. And we did what we do. That's it. I mean, nobody's happy. We do what we do, and we move on. And, we are public servant at the end of the day. So, we could agree to disagree and kind of move on. And we do what we do.
Prior to the
Yes.
adjournment, I just wanted to make a point regarding the emergency status.
Yes.
The county has reduced their level to a level 3, so they are resuming transportation. We will be resuming City Hall tomorrow morning and coming out of our EOC status, so that we expect that the remainder of the hurricane is, it made landfall in another area, but it's not here, so that's where we'll be. We'll send you the last update regarding the weather, and be hopeful for those who are feeling the effects currently. Nomi Express will resume as well.
Move to adjourn.
Thank you.
All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries with a 4-0 vote. It is now 11:38 p.m. Good night, everyone, and be safe.